Sit down. Sit down. No, no. Sit your ass down. Myself, I am under the table.
fire for TikTok trend.
Doctors are now warning the consequences can be permanent and even deadly. Tia has more on this story. Tia.
All right, kids are ended up in the hospital with burns all over their hands, other places too. Why, you ask? Well, they're lighting themselves on fire for TikTok trend.
Doctors are now warning the consequences can be permanent and even deadly. Tia has more on this story. Tia?
Yeah, so we hope parents are watching. And if they're not watching, I hope they rewind this and see this later, right? This is an urgent warning to parents and also kids that are on social media. What starts as a few seconds of flames for social media can go way beyond the hands. Doctors say teens are underestimating just how fast alcohol-based products ignite. For one South suburban mother, a TikTok challenge nearly cost her daughter her life.
Just in case you guys were wondering, here's how to safely set your hand on fire. And just put your hand in. And yeah, that's, ow, it's not working.
The videos are blowing up all over TikTok. Teens setting their hands on fire using hand sanitizer or rubbing alcohol, a lighter, and suddenly there are flames. It may look like fun and games, but doctors warn the consequences can be life-changing.
About 45 to 50% of her face, second-degree burn.
And her hands.
Her hands.
This mother from the South suburbs who doesn't want to show her face shared these photos of her daughter with us. Her face burned and her hands badly injured. The 13-year-old's hands were on fire. The flames then spread to the alcohol bottle, exploded in her face, and caught part of the home on fire too.
My mom called me and said that the kitchen cabinets were on fire and that my daughter had burned herself.
The single mom rushed her 13-year-old daughter here to U Chicago Medicine Ingalls in Calumet City.
And they explained to me that they had to wipe the skin off of her face so they would be able to apply the cream and ointment to her face.
When you search online, dozens of similar stories appear. Teens seriously burned trying some of these challenges. Emergency room doctors say these injuries are becoming more common and more severe. Dr. Chris Colbert, former assistant program director at the University of Illinois, says the challenge could be fatal.
You can have a rush of flame, a spread of flame that is not intended, that can extend into the face, into the eyes.
For this mom,
my life has changed drastically since then.
She says time is ticking before someone else gets hurt, and she wants to warn other parents.
I want to warn parents, and I want them to sit down with their kids to let them know that they don't have to partake in everything they see on social media.
Doctors and fire officials urge parents to talk with their kids about the real dangers behind these viral challenges, especially those involving fire, chemicals, or even household products. Experts also recommend monitoring social media activity and reminding teens that online trends are often edited to hide injuries. If a burn does happen to you, make sure that you seek medical attention right away. Terrence and Sylvia.
All right, sounds like a lesson plan too, possibly for science teachers
for
to
sure.
Add to the curriculum. Tia, thank you.
I remember a cousin of mine would always ditch school. I don't think they use this term anymore. When I was growing up, play hooky. That's what we called it, playing hooky. I don't think they call it that anymore. But he would always ditch school, never go to school, hang out with, hoodlums and people that are a bad influence, or smoking, drinking, never going to school. And the problem is that if you're gonna ditch school, like make sure the school doesn't have your parents' phone number, because if you ditch school, there's like an automatic computer that'll go to their answering machine or their phone. This is Los Angeles School District. Your child didn't show up to school today. We just want to let you know, and then the message will end. Or you could be real slick, like me. When I would ditch, I would just know the code to the answer machine. So when my aunt would get home, I would just erase the message, and because I did school for different reasons. I was bullied, and what teachers were teaching me, I already knew all that shit. And despite ditching like 90 days of my senior year from like March to June, I still graduated and had enough credits because that's how much I didn't need school. I ditched because I wanted to stay home and look at Prices Right and Let's Make a Deal. That was me. They were ditching school just because they were just bad and just it was better off they did ditch school. If they did go to school, they probably would have just like cussed the teachers out and bullied the other kids and fought with the other kids. Anyways, going back to the point. So my cousin, my aunt, his mom found out that he was ditching school, and then as punishment, because you know when you're black, when you act bad, we get physically punished. Like when you're white, they just take the Game Boy away, or they just lock you in your room, like ground you. But no, when you're black, you actually get switches, Hot Wheel tracks, extension cords, belts, uh, toaster cords, or microwave cords. That's when we acted bad. That's what the fuck we got. And so, but so his and the punishments get real creative, and they can get and again, this was like late 90s, early 2000s, like 2005. Like this was like back then there was no CPS or like people, you know, social media wasn't, so there was no CPS or it was accepted. Like it wasn't, nobody complained. We didn't go to school and teachers, oh, I got beat with a race car track. I got beat with a Nintendo cord. Like, we just accept our beating because we know we acted bad and we deserved it. That was our punishment. Anyway, so my cousin, for ditching school, his punishment was very creative. His aunt uh, took a cigarette lighter just like this, and for every day that he missed school, she would burn the tip of his fingers with the damn cigarette lighter. And I don't know, how, if he went to the hospital, or if I don't believe he did, but that sounds like that bitch should be locked up for like 90 years and the key thrown away under the jail. That she should be buried under the fucking jail, like Dig Dug, like just bury that fucking bitch under the jail. But so yeah, that's it's funny how like back then this tick that the shit I just saw, the TikTok shit on the news, that was something we didn't want, and that was gonna be. And I've heard that punishment before, believe it or not. Uh, like I don't know, there's like a book of like how to discipline your child if they act bad, but for some reason, burning their fingertips or burning their hands. I've heard that before. I've uh, I've researched that has happened to many kids back in the day. So it's funny how like something like back in the day, if we didn't want and we were scared of, like, oh no, don't burn my fingers with a lighter. Oh no, don't take a monkey wrench and squeeze my fingers because I acted bad. Like all the different punishments, like don't like take a stick and whack my hand with it. If I was all the old school punishments that they don't do anymore. Funny how like now kids want to do that shit. They like want to like burn their fucking hands. Like what the fuck? That it's just funny. That's just what that reminded me of, and how the world is like doesn't make any fucking sense, and everything's all topsy turvy and twisted now. But yeah, and this piece is really good. Mm-mm. I made sure I had a salad though, so my system is all I made. I had the Caesar salad, which was really good too. But so when you're having this high carb pizza, you want to have some vegetables to go with it, so it's a balanced meal. So yeah, so stupid. And that's why I don't look at TikTok. Mm-mm. I feel people either prefer YouTube or TikTok, and I just prefer YouTube. Like YouTube's full of shit too, but TikTok is real awful. Mm-mm. That's why when they said that they were going to ban it and remove it, I was like so happy. And then no, TikTok is still here for some reason. Mm-mm. And he was like 14, 15, or like 13, 14 when that happened to him. Yeah, for ditching school, she burned his fucking fingertips. Like every day he skipped, every message she got that his ass wasn't in school. He didn't show up for first period. took a cigarette lighter for each that each finger got burnt. And I imagine that maybe and probably had blisters and his tops of his fingers were all burn it up and all. That's crazy. And she didn't go to jail. Like nothing happened. Like again, that was back in the day where if your parents like damn near almost killed you for acting bad, you just accepted it because we're children, we're stupid. We think if we tell and sort of like not to shift the topic, but it's kind of similar with SA when SA abuse or just and I'll just leave it at that. But it's kind of similar when we're children. We just think that if we our mind doesn't say tell or call CPS, call the child abuse hotline because we acted bad. That's what we deserve. Like why am I calling? I should have acted bad. My parents wouldn't have done that, and that's why they think that like we just blame ourselves. When no, that's not right. You don't take a fucking cigarette lighter to a child's fingers. You know what? But that's what they did back in the day. So yeah, that never happened to me. I'm trying to see what was the worst punishment I got. Uh, Trying to remember because I got away with everything, but it was justified. I remember. Oh no, but this was I remember now, but this was yeah, I remember I got away. I remember I like took my aunt's. I remember I had asked my aunt. My mom had been passed away. Like I never acted bad with my mom. I love my mom. Like I don't know any gay man that does unless she's homophobic that doesn't get along with their mom. Like that's like their best friend. And I wish my mom was still here, but she's in heaven. So, but this was after my mom passed. But and her this was after my mom passed, and I was staying with my aunt. Uh, I remember I just asked her for some school clothes because the clothes I had, the kids are making fun of me, and Sean John was big during this time, and Fubu and like all the name brands, and I was just wearing like fucking Walmart t-shirts and like shorts, and asked her, hey, can you just uh, can we just go to like Ross or something? I just something like because we didn't have the money to go to like Macy's or all that. But I just said, hey, can I asked my aunt like can you take me to Ross or like TJ Maxx? I just need some new school shoes. Not well, yeah, school shoes too, but I meant to say clothes. I need some more school clothes. She said, what the fuck for? The clothes you have on are just fine. Like what you need new clothes for? Who you trying to impress? Like you think you're Mr. Big Shot? You think you're trying to be a pimp? Like what you want new clothes for? And I didn't say anything. I'm a child. I'm not going to talk back to an adult, especially an adult that's my guardian and supposed to be taking care of me. Well, I said, okay. I tried. I asked, can you give me some new school clothes? She said no. And I just remember that I was real bad. I was about 14. I was like so bad. And I just, when she was sleeping one night, I just went in her purse, took her Visa bank card, and I went to the mall. And I just bought like $60 worth of like new school clothes and all that. And then And then what's funny is that she noticed I had new clothes, but she didn't ask where I got the clothes from. I guess she thought my uncle bought them, and I never got in trouble. I guess I don't know if she saw her bank statement and saw like where this chart. I've never told her. She's passed away now. My aunt has passed away, but I've never told her I took her card, went on a shopping spree or any of that, and I knew her PIN number and all that. But yeah, that was probably one of the most baddest things I did, where I kind of got away with it. I didn't get in trouble. Like I don't. If she found out, like she didn't get mad at me about it, but I don't think she found out. I guess that charge that was on her bank bill, that was something that she bought or something. But yeah, I was mad that she didn't buy me school clothes. So when she was asleep, I went in her purse. I shit you not, I went in her purse, took her bank card, went to the mall, and I bought me some clothes. I just bought $60 worth of clothes because I needed some new clothes for school. But yeah, 14 years old. Yeah, that was probably the baddest thing I can think of. Other than that, I was goody two shoes. I just didn't, I just I did so much. Well, ditching, but I was when I was already 18. I was a grown adult. I ditched my last like 3 months of high school because I was being bullied. But that's different. I was 18 at that time. Like that's when you're 18. But when you're a child, that's when you get more scared if you do something bad or yeah. Uh, but the baddest thing that I got caught, and this is a different aunt. It's not the same aunt that I stole the card from, but she was also mean to me. Uh, Yeah, I remember she had a $10 bill on her dresser, and this aunt was mean. Like if I would ask her when I get home from school, like can I have a McDonald's burger? Can I have an ice cream cone from the ice cream truck man? She'd always be no, I'm not giving you shit. Like she was just very very strict, and so most of me acting bad was just like Matilda when she put the hair dye in her dad's shampoo. Like that's I just to just it's mostly just to get back because I didn't just act bad just to act bad. I acted bad because they were cruel to me. And I would just ask her like after school, can I have an ice cream cone or a McDonald's burger or French fries? Like, no, you're not getting shit. You don't need shit. And so I remember one morning I was getting ready for school. She had already went to work. Uh, she had a this is a receipt, but yeah, this she had a $10 bill on her dresser. And I said, I'm gonna take this $10 bill, and me and my friends we're gonna go to the candy store after school, and we're gonna get a bunch of candy, soda, snacks, hot chips, hot Cheetos, and yeah. And now and ooh, this time I was about 11, 10, 11 when I did this, much younger. And I remember, I took that $10 bill off her dresser, went on the bus, went to school. All throughout school, I just kept thinking, oh, I can't wait till the final bell rings so we can go. Me and my buddies, we can go to the candy store and get junk and sweets and all that, munchies and all that. And so that's what happened. When school went out, we went to the candy store. We got a whole bunch of candy, chips, soda, little juice things that you got to pull the foil back that they had back in the day. We got a bunch of those, hot chips, licorice ropes, all type, gummy bears, gummy keys, gummy rings, sour gummy circles, sour bears, gummy bear, everything, chocolate, Nestle Crunch bars. Because back then $10 went a lot. Like this was oh shit, like oh one. Oh two, yeah. Back then, $10 went a lot. Like $10 back then is like $40 now. It went a long way. Okay, so and so yeah, and then I do not remember how I got caught. I just remember, I guess maybe one of my buddies in class somehow told my aunt that where'd you get the money from, and I was honest. I said I got it from my aunt's dresser. I wasn't gonna lie because how was the fucking 10, 11-year-old going to get $10? So I was honest. I said yeah, I stole it from my aunt's dresser, and what? I did it, yeah. And then and yeah, and I got a whooping of a lifetime. I sure the fuck did. She beat my ass black and blue. She took a damn extension cord and beat my ass like 20 fucking times. And like, yeah, I got it. Now that time I got caught that time, but that was a different aunt. And yeah, I got it. And yeah, but there was no CPS, child abuse hotline back then. No, I stole it. I stole that money, so I was expecting that whooping if I got caught, and I took it. And I screamed and yelled, and, and she was whipping me with that yell. And I never tried not to act bad ever since then because that was kind of the baddest thing I've done. I still to this day don't know why the fuck I did that. But other than the fact I was mad because she was more strict and she would never get me anything or give me any candy or like snacks after school or McDonald's. And so, yeah. Mm-mm. But that's everybody. I don't believe when you ask somebody, oh, what was the like baddest thing you did when you were little? And then it's why I can't think of anything. I was good. I was an angel. Yeah, right. No, there was something you did. You just don't want to say it because you're trying to save space. Save space. No, that's with hard drives and computers. No, no, They're trying to save face because they don't want to appear like they were bad or no, you did something bad. You just don't want people to know. You're trying to be impressive and you're trying to come across as a goody two shoes. No, you did something bad when you were young. Might not have been the baddest thing. Like I know there's kids that did badder things than me, but you did something bad. Mm-mm, mm-mm. My cousins did a lot of like bad stuff too, but not way better than me. But I kind of don't blame them because when you're a kid, you're stupid, and I don't know the full situation. I know my other cousin, the cousin I talked to on the phone, which her number is disconnected, so of course I can't reach her now, which is a shame because she wouldn't tell me where she was at other than she was living in her car. somewhere in Orange County or like San Bernardino somewhere. She was just very vague where she was, and that she was working in a salon or something, and then they fired her from the salon, and like I don't, it wasn't good. And she just asked me for some money, and like, hey, your family, I'll give you some money, sure. Like if your family or you're someone close to me, I'll give you the money. It can't be through Cash App though, because Cash App, I'm locked up my Cash App, but it was, I gave her the money through Zelle, through another payment which I'm not blocked on. I don't know why I'm blocked on Cash App. I try to sign up for Cash App and I put my social and my picture of my driver's license and I say you need to contact support. You can't, and I'm not going to go through all that. So that's why I can't use Cash App. But it's not because I don't want to use Cash App. I can't. I've tried to open up a Cash App and for some reason I don't know when I upload my social security number and all that. But yeah. Anyways, this was a cousin I was talking to on live a couple of weeks back, Tia. When she was about 14, 13, 14, she stole her mom's car. Like why? I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what she did. I never really pressed her about it or talked to her about it. But I know that she stole her mom's car. Uh, that came home from school and they went to go to the video arcade or something or Blockbuster. And then yeah, she stole her damn car. Now that is some badass little kid shit. I don't know. And she knew how to drive everything, how to the brake, the accelerator, how to like she's. hmm And she would have got away with it if her mom wasn't like real anal about like her gas meter in her car. Like actually, like I know I put gas in this car. Why is the fucking arrow almost at E? And then that's how she found out that she took the car because she didn't wreck the car. She didn't mess the car up. None of that. They had like went somewhere. They had went to the movie store or something like GameStop. I don't know where the fuck they went, but they went on a joyride and she brought the car back in one piece. Miraculously, this 13-year-old girl knew how to drive and shit. And she only got caught because my aunt saw that gas meter and said somebody's been driving my car. Like that girl's been driving my car, and she got beat. She got a whooping. She did. So yeah. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. But on that TikTok video, which I don't understand how people like. Here's the thing: if you don't want to be interviewed by the news, you don't. They're not going to force you to be interviewed because you don't get paid. Like all those news interviews, people like talking about eyewitnesses, they don't get paid. So unlike when you go on like talk shows or Maury Povich or Dr. Phil, they get paid for that shit. Like stuff like that. I think maybe sometimes depending like even if you go on like CNN or MSNBC or Fox News, they pay you for that too, depending on the. But if you're just like WKRN or whatever, they're just interviewing you on the street. You don't get paid for that. They just you're just gonna be on TV if you want to, But so it's not like you're getting paid. You don't have to be interviewed by the news. You don't. A lot of people don't. And I would think after a situation like that, if my daughter uh, saw a TikTok trend and she burnt like half her body off, like I definitely don't want to be on the camera. Like shit, mm-mm. But the mom decided to go on camera, but she didn't want us to. The mom agreed to go on camera, but she didn't want us to. She didn't want to be identified. But yeah, you can see her long ass acrylics and her hair and her body shape. Yeah, so yeah, so if people who know her know who the fuck that was, but that was kind of stupid. Like you should have just not even been on the news at all. Because if you think just because her face wasn't shown, she still could be identified. And but that's not the point. So, but the point is, well, it is kind of the point. She was trying to hide her identity, but we could still see her long ass nails and uh, her ghetto nails and her clothes, her hair. Like they know who the fuck that bitch was if they lived in that neighborhood or that circuit or that part of town. So yeah. But the point is just the way she was, like all like upset and sad, and like just all like really empathetic and somber and just like real. Oh, I'm just so like there's just burns all over her body, and I'm just mad. I don't want other kids to play this trend. Like it's just very sad how these kids just do like shit. Like I know that bitch wasn't playing with no damn. Like, look, this bitch. If this was like a real black mother and she was in the news cameras. Look, that bitch is in the hospital right now. Do I feel sorry for her ass? No, I don't know where she got the lighters or matches, but that bitch is burned up. She looks like an iguana now. That's good. That's what the fuck she get. I bet she's not gonna do that again. And all y'all little kids on TikTok playing this game, you're gonna end up like that bitch in the ICU right now. So if you want to, unless you want to end up like my daughter, burnt up and all crater face and crater skin, do this trend, okay? Goodbye. And oh, and P.S. I'm gonna beat her ass when she gets out that hospital. But that's how she should have reacted. And you know what? I don't see a problem with that because why the fuck was she doing that shit? Like, but I don't care. But the mom was all like upset and all like like feeling sorry for the daughter. Like she just burned. I still feel so sorry for her. We need help. Like we're gonna do a GoFundMe. Like her face is all burnt. Like her skin is all burnt. I am so sad. My baby. Why does she look at that TikTok? Why? Mm-mm. The correct response, if she was gonna go on camera on the news and do a public service announcement, was my daughter was playing with some damn fire. She's in that hospital bed. I don't feel sorry for that bitch. She's grown. I raised her better than that. I don't feel sorry for that. And I hope those burns hurt. Because what else is going to hurt is that whooping she's going to get when she gets out that hospital bed. And all y'all little kid looking at this TikTok video, you see my daughter, you see she's all burning up. Her face looks like a damn desert, all crater face and all cracked up. Y'all going to end up just like her if y'all play with fire and do the shit on this TikTok video. That's all I got to say to y'all news people. Leave me the fuck alone. I got to go pay these hospital bills now because this bitch done set herself on fire. Goodbye. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. See, that's the problem. They just they don't discipline kids anymore. But then you can't win because if you discipline kids, then that's when CPS and shit gets involved. When you're abusing children, or like my aunt, she burnt my cousin's fingertips off for skipping school. Like, yeah, that's considered abuse, and that's crazy. Mm-mm. I never did shit like that. Mm-mm. The only thing, like, I was 5, so give me a. I was see the thing is with these TikToks, these are like teenagers. They're like at that age where they should fucking know better. That's the thing. Yeah, they're children, but they should fucking know better. I was 5, and when you're 5, I think I should be given a break when I'm 5, fucking 5 years old. Like I'm barely learning how to talk and like fucking like go to the bathroom on my own, potty train, like feed myself. I was like 5, 4 or 5 years old. I remember I stuck my finger in a light bulb socket and that shit hurt, and I never done that again because yeah, that's once you do that the first time, that feeling you get, not to do that. I was curious, yeah, I did it, but that's different. I was like 4 years old, but yeah, I remember I stuck my finger in a light, and yeah, it didn't feel good. I didn't, and I know not to ever do that again. So yeah, but yeah, I stuck my finger in a light socket. So yeah, 4 years old, but that's about it. Because when I was like 10, I don't even remember like what was like something stupid kids were doing when I was growing up that I was smart enough not to do that because anybody with half a brain knows not to do that shit. I'm trying to think. Was there really anything? Well, at that time I was like about 18, 19, but the Kylie Jenner challenge. But I was at that time I was like 18, 19, where they would take a jar and their lips and look like they got lip fillers, but then like people were going to the hospital, they would take a jar and suck on the jar or a cup, and then when they pulled it out, like their lips looked like clown lips and all that, like Halloween wax lips, and then yeah, I knew that shit was stupid, but I know that was very people were doing that shit, and go figure, people were getting really really hurt doing that damn shit, the Kylie Jenner challenge and all that. But at that time I was like about like 19, 20, so that was kind of not really like I really don't remember like any stupid trends when I was like a child in school. Because there was YouTube, there was MySpace, but there wasn't nobody was doing shit stupid. Like they were doing stuff we might not agree with, like emo, scene kid stuff, like chemically straighten their hair. But that's not. That's just what they wanted to look like. They just that was their image, that was their clique. They didn't do shit like to hurt themselves, like setting their hands on fire. Girl, Oh Lord. If anything, it was the opposite. Like I did kind of like stuff like children were supposed to do. I had to like operate the lawnmower and like the weed whacker, the edger, and they weren't electric back then. Well, now that everything's electric, it's more safer. Like electric lawnmowers. Back then it was gas, and that you could really like lose your hands and fingers and arms. And I don't think like a 13-year-old boy uh, should be doing shit like that. But yeah, I remember I had to learn how to operate the lawnmower, pull the damn string, put the gas in it, check the blades and all that, and just very dangerous stuff. But I was responsible because I guess I just knew that these are dangerous things, and I know I'm probably gonna get hurt if I don't operate them well. The edger and all that. I remember we had a broken hot water heater, so I had to go to the basement, take a big torch lighter, and light the hot water heater. And I was doing stuff dangerous, but it was responsible. I was kind of forced to do it. I wasn't doing a damn social media challenge, so it was kind of the opposite for me. I was more responsible. I didn't see a book of matches and decided, well, I'm just going to light my hand on fire. I saw the book of matches because my aunt said, "Boy, go down there and relight the pilot light in the hot water heater." That's how it was for me. So, mm-mm. I can't stop thinking about who. Why? Why, God? Why do you keep having me think about this man? It's not fair because he's beautiful and he's the man of my dreams and I can't have him. And he's being difficult. And as Mariah Carey would say, my girl Mariah, we belong together. So, oh, the cinnamon challenge, but that wasn't. That was my senior year of high school. The cinnamon challenge that came out, but that wasn't dangerous. Like the cinnamon challenge, it was just more like suck a lemon challenge or something. It's not going to hurt you. It's just a funny little prank. Like it just cinnamon challenge. It's just going to be spicy. And then when you cough, the cinnamon like makes a big like cloud. Like I don't think anybody died over the cinnamon challenge. And if they did, it wasn't the cinnamon challenge they did. It was like I don't know, the rat poison challenge, and they ate it. I don't know. Oh hi, Mr. Cat. Oh, you wanna come here? You want attention? Like Charlie Puth. You just want attention. Someone else. Oh, you knocked my ashtray down. Thank you. Thank you for knocking my ashtray down. That was so kind of you. Yes, it was. Oh, my little jaguar. Look at him. Remember when he was this big? I adopted him from the animal shelter. Look how big he's gotten. That was back in 2016. So this cat, he'll be 10 years old in July. And I don't know how long cats live. Some say they can live up to like 30 years. But look how big he is. No, for real. No, look, he don't want to be on camera now, even though he was begging for my attention. Look how big he is. This is a cat. This is a cat. Goddamn it! Look at him. Look. Yeah, there's you. Yeah. You love me. I love you too, baby. Yeah. You love Brandon? You like Brandon? What do you think about Brandon? No. Think he's a good guy? Think we make a good couple? Yeah. Okay. Even though you knocked my ass straight down, I still love you. Girl. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And he had fleas that I had to get rid of and take care of. See, me being stupid and like in PTA mom mode, I'll panic. Oh, fleas! I'm thinking like you had to take him to the vet for the fleas, right? Nope. No, not really. Unless like they're like bleeding or something, or like they're like like their like faces are like sores and all that. Other than that, no, you just go to Walmart and get the Advantage for the cats and dogs. And you give them the flea bath. You put that shit on there, and the fleas are all gone. And I just took some Dawn dish soap, and I'm not gonna get it, but it's right there. But he has like I bought like at Dollar General. I just bought like a pet brush that has like bristles on it, metal bristles on it. And because he's not a long hair cat, but he's not a short hair cat. I don't have to get him groomed, thank God. Because if he was a long hair cat, I have to get him groomed. But his fur is kind of more thicker, so I had to make sure that it was a comb that could actually get those fleas out. And so, in addition to the Advantage, the flea medication, uh, I do have it here. I thought I did. Damn it! I can never find shit I need. Oh Lord, there it is. This shit. Okay, this was like $5 at like Dollar Tree. Just even though it's supposed to be $1, but so I got the Advantage. Uh, gave him the flea bath with that. Um, got some Dawn dish soap with the flea brush, and I combed it with him, combed his hair with it, and then make sure because they can get on humans too and the owners too. So this is for the humans. Okay, this is the human flea medicine. This shit right here, and yeah, I just whenever for some reason the fleas are crawling on my legs, even though I got rid of all of them, I just spray this. And that's why I have a whole bunch left because the fleas are all gone. And now that summer's coming up, there is a chance they might come back. I hope they don't, but if they do, I'm all prepared. I have everything I need so these damn fleas can stay the fuck away because I do not like fleas. That's the reason why they're called pests because they're a pest to deal with. They're not fun. But when you have a cat or a dog, fleas, and I know where he got them from too. It's the bitch downstairs. I don't like her ass either. She has like 4 fucking dogs. She has like a husky, a Doberman, a Rottweiler, and they're big ass, like huge ass, like attack dogs. She has like a husky, a Doberman, a Great Dane, and a damn Rottweiler. Like she has these 4 dogs, these big ass fucking dogs, and I know that's where the fleas came from because like sometimes I let them I'll have during the summer when it gets hot here in LA, I'll leave my door open and I'll let them walk around my patio. And I know because where else would the fleas come from? My cat didn't have fleas before I came here. So so I don't know. I know it was a bitch downstairs, and I'm also mad because I had went back to the store. Do I still have it? This isn't no, because that's the other one. That's the one I got tonight. I'm trying to see, I might have threw it away. Damn. No, here it is. Is it? Like, I think I might have threw it away. I'm gonna check like 5 more seconds. If I can't find it, I threw it away. Oh Lord. There it is. Thank God. Okay. So Sunday, I had bought because I really love candles. Like candles are like I used to not really like candles. I thought candles were kind of stupid, but now I love candles. Like that's my thing to where uh I just I just no reason or rhyme. I just like candles now. But I used to like candles, but I bought I like try to see what new candles they have. I had got this candle Sunday at Kroger for $3. It was on sale, and that's probably why there's no more of them because they were on sale. Of course, anything that's on sale, they're gonna get in bulk and probably resell them somewhere else or just hoard it. Like some Karen probably wants to hoard everything on sale. I got this candle Sunday, apple cinnamon, right? And this candle is gone. Like the wick is all gone. I used this candle to the bottom. It's gone. That's why I had to get another candle tonight at the store. But it smelled so good. It smelled like hot apple cider, like baked apples. It smelled so good. That's what it's called, apple cinnamon. And so I went back to the store last night, well tonight, hoping that they would have this candle again because they're still on sale. I checked online, they are still on sale. They're still on. I don't know how long the sale's gonna last. Maybe a week. Like probably Sunday they won't be on. Usually sales last a week. But so this candle's gone. But I could probably just reuse this cup, take the wax out, the little that's left, because the wicks, I'll light it and the wicks will just go out. That's how this candle's done. So, but it smelled so good though. It did. It smelled so good. So they didn't have, of course, they didn't have that one I want. I want to get the apple one again, but they had this like vanilla one, but sheer vanilla, and it's not really scented. I don't really smell it, but here it is right here. I have a lid, of course. I like my candles now, but it's not really it's not scented. It says vanilla, but it doesn't smell like anything. It just uh but candles don't have to be scented, but I sometimes prefer scented candles. And let me put it back before the flame goes out. I have to relight it. But yeah, so I'm not gonna get this candle again. But it was on sale though, still $3. But vanilla doesn't have a scent to it, I guess. It just which is a shame. But this, however, smelled like a damn bakery. This smelled like a damn like apple cider. It was so good. But yeah, so I'm hoping I can find this one again. This Glade apple cinnamon that was on sale for $3. And yeah, well, this is probably the best candle I ever bought. But yeah, but usually I just go to Dollar Tree and just get these motherfuckers, like these big tall like Mexican Catholic candles because they're cheap. They be like 50 cents a dollar, two for $1. Like these grandma candles. But yeah, but this one was scented though. This one was at the Dollar Tree, like dollar 50, and this one was rose scented, and it smelled kind of good. It wasn't a strong scent, but it lasted me a long time. It lasted me like 3 weeks. Uh, Candles usually last me a week or two. This one lasted me 3 weeks, so this was a really good one. But I can never find this one. But yeah, yeah, I like candles now, so uh, they're not just for when the power goes out. They can be therapeutic. So yeah. Oh Jesus. Hmm. Mm-mm. If you're on TikTok, you're a moron. Oh Lord, it's hard to find YouTube comments that don't trigger me and make me mad and want to like punch my damn screen. But I love this person. Like I want to be friends with them. This is like if I could give like a thousand hearts and like a thumbs up. Like I love this person. That is just so true. It's rare like you come across comments that just warms your heart. And like just like, oh Lord, like they read my damn mind. Mm-mm. And it was just short, sweet, to the point. If you're on TikTok, you're a moron. That's all they say. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh Lord. What time is it? It's 11. Okay. Well, I kept thinking it was after midnight. It will be soon. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Oh, this crust is so good. The dough is so good. Believe it or not, they changed their recipe. This is a Little Caesars pizza, and it is so good. Like Little Caesars is never this good. And I think they changed their recipe. What they better have because the price went up. And this crust, this dough is so good. Mm. I had to wait 10 minutes for them to bake it, but you know it was worth it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Boy, I might play my game. Mm-mm. Mm. Look at the mess you made.
most interesting part of my fashion education so far at Long Beach City College got to be the careers.
Ended up coming to Long Beach City College because I heard about their program.
The Long Beach City College had the best program in town and very affordable.
The teachers here really invest in their students and they really care about how they turn out.
Someone at Ralph Lauren told me that they wouldn't hire me out of another school, but that they would hire me out of Long Beach because I would come out with all the skills that I needed to have.
I really got close to a lot of the students here, and the teachers are wonderful. They help you out. They help you with interns, and they're just great.
One of the things that students are always asking us, why go to Long Beach City College? And there's lots of reasons to go to Long Beach City College. And of course, one of the first ones that students think of right away is the amount of money it costs to go to private colleges. And for the amount of money that they're paying, they're not getting any better education or any better openings into the industry than they are from Long Beach City College. Some other great things that we try to tell our students are the flexibility of the programs. They can come in and they can take one class. They can take at night, they can take a day, they can take 5 classes. And if they have to drop out of a class or drop away for a semester, they can come back at any point and go right into the program. Whereas at a private college, many times it's on a series of classes. And if they miss one, they've got to join that series again at a later date. So the flexibility is a great thing to point out.
You know, I went looking for the different schools, and I found out that most of them are very expensive, and they had good programs, but I found out that the Long Beach City College had the best program in town and very affordable. We only pay $28 per unit, which we cannot beat that, and we cannot find that price anywhere else.
Every time I went to campus tour, it always just seemed kind of exclusive. When I came here to Long Beach City, because I came here before for my general ed, everyone was helping out each other. It didn't seem as competitive as the other schools. And once I started in the program, I just really felt comfortable to go to my peers and my teachers and ask advice about designs and different things that I was doing. And I didn't feel like they were trying to compete with me. They were trying to help me.
All of our instructor design and fashion merchandising have all come from the fashion industry. So they have that background and they have real life experiences to share with the students as well as their technical specialties. And students often may have an opportunity to do freelance work or whatever, and they can go to our instructors and say, what do I charge someone for? Have all come from the fashion industry. So they have that background and they have real life experiences to share with the students as well as their technical specialties. And students often may have an opportunity to do freelance work or whatever, and they can go to our instructors and say, what do I charge someone for freelance pattern? And we can give them that type of advice.
Our instructors are outstanding. We've had major merchandise managers. Pam was mentioning designers, makers. So truly, they are absolutely working in the industry and they know what the industry requires. So having industry-related instructors are so important to us.
Well, it's also so important in the fashion industry to meet deadlines. And that's what these industry or instructors that have come from industry or still are working in industry, they realize how important it is to meet deadlines. And we do our best to enforce that the students meet their deadlines so that they're not surprised when they get into the real world and start working and find out, well, if they didn't meet the deadline, they just missed a $10,000 order and now you're fired. That's the kind of thing that can happen.
I chose LBCC because to me they give more of like an opportunity. They teach you more rather than the other schools don't really focus on focus on you, I would say. There's like, it's so much, they're bigger schools and this school is smaller. You get to learn about the teachers get to know you, and you just, to me, you're more interacting with the teachers, and it's cheaper than most of the schools.
I've actually talked to a lot of students from private colleges that are doing fashion design, and they've said how great the Long Beach City College program is and how it actually is very comparable to the higher costing colleges. So I thought it was best, and all the teachers are wonderful, so I would never change what I did, and I love going to Long Beach City.
I would selfishly say, as the dean of this instructional area, that I'm so proud of what we do, and we have students that are coming out of this program who are going out and competing straight up with students from university programs, from private design programs, from every other place. We have a very comprehensive design program, marketing program. With our new Gerber Design Lab, students coming here, they're getting the real deal, cutting edge of what's going on in digital design in the fashion industry, in marketing, and in the whole, every aspect of what's involved in fashion. It's one thing to just design something, but let's face it, we have to be able to manufacture it, we have to be able to advertise, we have to be able to market it, we have to be able to ship it. We study all of those things here, and our students are really fortunate to study some great industry professionals and some wonderful teachers. And if this is something, whether it's going to be a vocation or an avocation, this is a wonderful program for people to come and study.
When students enter that program, their first semester, their careers in fashion design, merchandising class, so that they'll learn about all different career opportunities that there are in fashion. They will, as a designer, learn how to sew, so that they understand how to be a pattern maker, but they need to understand how it's done, so that they'll understand the construction. And lastly, of course, they need to be able to get their ideas down on paper, because if you can't give your ideas to the merchandiser or to the pattern maker, you're stuck. You can't. You won't be able to get the design execution skills right away. Once they've worked on those 3 skills in the first semester, then they're ready to come right on into design class and start applying those skills, where they actually have kind of been walked through those skills the first semester. Now they have to start thinking on their own, and they have to apply those skills to their very own creation.
Fashion design have a lot in common, and so they have a lot of courses at Long Beach City College that they must take. So my merchandise students also start with career stuff. They need to know what kind of opportunities are out there, and they quite frequently encourage them to take sewing, although it's not right, because if they don't know how a garment is put together or constructed, how can they sell a garment, price a garment, have anything to do with the garment? Both design and merchandising students fairly early on in their career, first or second semester, you wear clothes, sell clothes, make clothes, wash clothes. You need to know what textile fibers and fabrics are. And so it's so important to take textiles. Both design and merchandising students required for merchandising and an option for design students. Merchandising truly is the planning, organization, and money behind the industry. And so many design students will actually end up in a position that could be called merchandising, and many merchandising students find it's more design related. Merchandising students also need to know how to sketch, so they'll be taking the beginning sketch class, because if they go traveling to New York, they need to be able to relate what's into New York or Europe back to their staff that they have. And merchandising students will break off and take buying classes, international business classes, and eventually get merch.
Thinks fashion is so glamorous, but it's a business, and so they have to understand business.
Many of our students are actually part-time students because they work full-time, and they take somewhere between 7 and maybe 12 units a semester, and so it might take them 2, 3, or even 4 years, but they are going to walk away with definitely the skills that they need in our industry, and hopefully the enthusiasm that they need in our industry to be successful. An internship program, and I do the work experience and internship, and they can be paid or unpaid. And one of the things that's most important in it, of course, is having the job, but also making the resumes. And so we work on resumes for 6 or 8 weeks, and they do it every semester for their internship program.
We teach a class in development also, and that's a class that's not offered at many of the foreign universities or private schools, and we help the students learn how to format their portfolios so that they will have a successful interview. So now that they've got their looking resume at the interview, now they go in with a wonderful portfolio that's beautifully laid out, showing their illustration skills, their design skills, their computer skills, their technical abilities, like including spec sheets, that sort of thing. And that's, of course, critical to getting a job too, is to have that outstanding portfolio.
She mentioned computer skills. I love the comment there. At this point, as an example, our local university does not teach computer illustration. Most jobs today in the government industry require computer illustration. So half of my computer class right now, university students along with our students.
Many students from industry that are already out working in industry, and they need to develop the skills, and they come to Long Beach City College to pick up those computer making skills that they need to be successful.
As the technology is we definitely are on top of it. We know it's needed, and we sure try to get it into our program. And we do have the latest and greatest when it comes to our programs right now. And the software that is used industry related and directly, they come from our program with the computer pattern making and go right to work in industry because they're working on exactly the same programs that is the most popular worldwide in the industry.
The Long Beach City College Fashion Show is a wonderful promotion for the college itself, and there's a lot that goes into the planning. In fact, we offer a class in which the students get to plan this event, and we spend about 15 weeks planning the event. We advertise, we of course design the invitations, we shoot press kits and send out to all the local publications. It's an experience in marketing for the students.
We are starting selecting models for this fashion show, the publicity part. When we get to the point of producing the show, we want to have a entertainment part, which is choosing music, choosing what kind of entertainment we want to have.
Just seeing my project come together, and also helping out with the fashion show production. We had our press show and it went wonderful, and that was the most exciting thing I've ever done, just being able to see the designs from students be put on into the film and have the models pose with them on. I think it was just amazing.
I've been on fashion show production. I was on it the first year I came to Long Beach City College, and just knowing that I had input in putting that fashion show together was all around the best.
The fashion show is really a great opportunity for students, and the students even have to contact the industry for the judges. And the judges come in from many different areas, from swimwear, and sportswear, and retail, and they get to see a dozen judges judging our students' work. And sometimes they are offered jobs. It's a great opportunity for the networking. And they see Long Beach City College, and they realize, just like I realized, it's not just a little college fashion show. It's actually a professional show put on by students that are graduating, both merchandising and design students. It's a great opportunity.
We have a lot of industry-sponsored scholarships that will be awarded at the fashion show. The judges will determine the night of the show. They judge, and then boom, the students are awarded a scholarship right on the stage that they don't even realize they haven't planned for. So that's exciting. Most recently, in the last 2 years, the World Shoe Association has began to sponsor a scholarship, and this she had a student. This is just her third semester, and she won one of the Shoe Association scholarships. It's a $2,000 scholarship, but she was competing and against, like I said, 4 universities and private schools, and she got first place. She will get a $2,000 scholarship as well as an all-expense paid trip. Many times, this opportunity leads to jobs for the students. but with the owners of the company, they'll say, I loved your design, and come back and see me when you graduate.
Long Beach City College fashion program is a wonderful place. It gives students an opportunity to express creativity, express their organizational skills, network with others, and do it all for really can reach into a pocketbook and they can afford to do. It is an opportunity to be exposed to different cultures. It's an opportunity to be exposed to clubs, campus life, other instructors, different languages. It's a great opportunity for students. And I would really encourage any student coming out of high school to come to Long Beach City College. And if they have if they'd like to get fashion, come see us, because we definitely know that we can win them, and they will be very, very happy with what they've done.
Future goals is actually I would love to be, after here, I would love to become a women's sportswear designer somewhere in Southern California. I love it here, but if I had the opportunity to go to like New York or Europe and design, I would love to do that.
Well, this semester I graduate and I plan on moving to Hawaii because I do have a wonderful job offer in Hawaii, and I will be working as a merchandiser for Guess Jeans.
My future goals, ultimately I plan on opening my own boutique. I want to start a clothing line. I'm actually in the process of doing so now.
I want to transfer to a 4-year and get a BA and then move to Seattle and get a job there.
Once I've completed the program, I hope to work as an assistant designer at a local surf clothing company. And then I eventually want to open my own wedding suit and sports line.
I want to do everything in here. Like, I feel like I've got enough education and foundation here that I could do anything that I wanted to do. And they provided
There's a big demand for our shuttle bus, and the reason why is because we have so many students going from PCC to LAC to LAC to PCC. And within that, our ex-Vice President, John Kendrick, felt the need. There's a big demand for our shuttle bus, and the reason why is because we have so many students going from PCC to LAC to LAC to PCC. And within that, our ex-Vice President, John Kendrick, felt the need. He had been doing this research for 3 years and came up with the idea that we needed a shuttle bus for students that caught the city bus back and forth because it took 2 to 3 buses to get where they needed to go.
I talked to some students about doing a shuttle, and said it was a good idea. And so I started asking around how to do a survey. And I got one together and had people look at it, proofread it, and students to get together and help me. And we did a survey probably about 3 years ago. And after we did it and broke it down, and the response we got was 98% in favor of it.
I'm really happy that we have the shuttle because it's like so much easier for me to go from LAC to PCC and PCC to LAC in less time. If I were to take the regular bus, I would have to take 2 buses to get back and forth. So I think this is really great that we have the shuttle.
I went to ask one of the librarians for a bus route for Long Beach Transit, and she informed me that we have a shuttle here. And once I looked into it, it became more convenient for me because catching a bus between both campuses is about an hour and a half, catching 2 buses. And I was pinching for time to get from class to class. And so this helped me out as far as time-wise and economically-wise as well.
I'm really excited that the school does have a shuttle now. I like to say that. I'm first semester here, and I thought it was kind of hard to believe that they didn't have a shuttle. And there's students in my class that had a hard time getting around because of our economy right now. It's really, really bad.
My opinion on it is that I'm very grateful and thankful for the opportunity for us students to have this. We've been, longing for this, and now it's actually here, and it's a very great experience.
Plans for the future for our shuttle bus is to encourage more students to ride it, get more students to participate in the bus shuttle. Not only that, just make the schedule and make the awareness of the bus to our students so they know that it does exist.
Hi, my name is Deborah Garcia. I'm the coordinator for the Career and Job Services Center at Long Beach City College Liberal Arts Campus. Today, we just had another successful job fair. It's our 8th annual partnership with the Department of Public Social Services Gain and Grow program. We've had over 66 employers attend today, including 2 extras that showed up at the door. And we've expected over 1,000 attendees. I'm not sure exactly what our number is, but it seems to be another successful event. And one of the reasons that we hold the job fair every year is to give employment opportunities to our students and also to give them the networking opportunity to speak with different recruiters, find out what positions are available, and also get a chance to network.
I am so excited to be here and to see all these students that we have, as well as employers, more importantly. My name is Dwayne Schaefer. I'm the Department Chair of Counseling here at the LAC campus, and I work very closely with our Career Center. The significance of today really is the number of employers that we have, and they're very happy to be here. One, because of the quality of applicants they're able to see in this one day. 2, because of the raw numbers that are going to really help our students be able to be connected to jobs. They're going to give them opportunity to buy books and ultimately move into a 100% full-time position. The other part of this is that students are able now to interview really on the fly. I've seen so many students today who have come prepared, dressed for success, to talk to potential employers about their aspirations in their organization. And the feedback that I'm receiving has been great from these employers and what they're hearing from our students. So this is, again, our opportunity to connect students with their ultimate goal, a job that's going to give them the sustenance to allow them to live their life to the level they wish to live. So this has been awesome. Thank you for the opportunity.
I just want to give a special thanks to, again, my committee members, my coworker Rosemary Brinker, she's our administrative assistant, and also Job Link Magazine, Ty Below. He gave us inserts for our folders that list all of the participants, and the Job Link Magazine is an excellent resource for employers to post their different positions they have available. For more information, you can go to our website, http://careers.lbcc.edu. And it was also posted on the Long Beach City College homepage.
Here I am, Councilman D. Andrews from the 6th District. Today is going to be a great day because we're starting an event that I think everyone would be excited about. We're doing the Anaheim Corridor. They're going to give you guys an overall picture of what we're trying to do here this morning. And with all of that, I just want you guys to come inside and see what we're going to do. Have a great day out of the city. Wonderful.
Today is about revisioning and how we can make investments over the next few years into Anaheim to really make it a very special place. I want it to also be very, very beautiful in the infrastructure. I want there to be more trees. I want there to be lighting. I want there to be impressive signage. I want us to talk about what can we do to make the corridor even better than it already is. This visioning process is going to take us many, many months. And at the end of that, we'll hopefully have a plan that then we can look at and say, all right, how much is this plan going to cost us? And what can we actually afford over the next few years as we're building the budget to put pieces of this plan together?
When we get this done, this will go into many, many generations and let our little kids know, you don't have to go downtown. We're going to spend money right here. And that's where it should be spent.
I'm principal of Roger Sherman Architecture and Urban Design,
We're the urban designers for the Design Guidelines Visioning Program for the Anaheim Corridor, along with UTL Design in Boston. We're really thrilled to be involved with this project. We have not started yet. We're just about to begin. We've started doing some of the feet on the ground reconnaissance, observing the area. We've learned this is the largest Cambodian community in the country. The other one, ironically, is actually located in Lowell, Massachusetts, which is a city that our partners, UTL, have also worked on. So we have some familiarity with working a little bit on in not just cultural communities, but multicultural communities, as we understand it's not entirely just of one ethnicity. So one of the challenges is going to be able to work to find a way of widening the audience for the community, to bring a larger number of visitors in than to this, let's call it, hidden secret that resides in Cambodia town. This is not the first project that we've worked on in the city of Long Beach. We've been working with the city for the last couple of years on the 7th, 4th, and Broadway corridors between Alamitos and Redondo. And we've learned that even within that very close proximity of those three corridors, the diversity and difference between the communities just along those corridors is tremendous. So one of the things to remember that we realize is that Long Beach is very much about kind of micro neighborhoods and really developing an appreciation for what makes the personality of each of the varying communities within the larger city of Long Beach. After all, it's a very large city. The visioning process is not the actual construction of it, but it's the necessary means of developing the important consensus that's essential to both acquiring the money, going after grants, but also gaining the community support. That's really a prerequisite to succeeding at actually moving forward and getting this to happen.
I am very excited. You know, we've been waiting for this to happen for more than 10 years. We got the Cambodia Town designation about almost 10 years ago. And since then, we've been waiting for something to happen. This is a big thing. This is a huge thing for Cambodia Town. We need to beautify it. We need to clean it up. We need to make it more attractive for people from outside to come in and do business here. So the residents, the businesses, they are very excited to see this happening. What I want to take away today is that I want to see where we're going to spend the money on. What is the plan to make Cambodia Town better, make it more attractive? One of the things is in Cambodia Town, we want to make it unique. Unique identities. That's what's going to attract people to come here.
Cambodia Town should be a cultural destination for the entire region. So people should be coming here to really enjoy. I want people, when they come to Cambodia Town, that they're feeling like they're going to Chinatown in San Francisco. I mean, that's really what it should feel like.
In closing, I want to thank everyone for coming out here today. I think most people that was here, they had a chance to really get a chance to see what the multicultural situation here on Anaheim Street was all about. You guys, please don't forget it. Any more information you need, please call my office. Thank you guys for watching The Heart of the City. Have a great day.
Over 1,000 runners were on site Saturday, May 30th to celebrate the official opening of the brand new 11-foot wide pedestrian path that runs along 3.1 miles between Shoreline Drive and 54th Place in Belmont Shore.
Well, the great thing about the pedestrian path is that it'll be great for runners, it's going to be great for marathons, 5Ks, and it'll separate the bicycles, so you'll be able to have multiple activities at once as well, and it really gives you a great view of the interior. It's a great project.
I used to run on it before it was modified, and it was very difficult with the bikes, very dangerous, so I like this a lot better.
We have 2 kids that we push in a double jogger, and at times we even don't want to bring them out here because of all the traffic and bikes, but it's so much safer to have the split track like that.
The new path is not only safer, but also features a resin-based surface that is less rigid and more conducive to walking and running than concrete, yet durable enough to withstand Long Beach's coastal environment.
This is wonderful because it's kind of a cushion for us. And I can walk all the way downtown or walk out all the way out to Belmont Shore and past. And my spouse and I are so excited about this.
Several other improvements were made to the area at the same time, all funded by the Tidelands Fund, a separate enterprise fund designated specifically for coastal improvements, which is solely funded by oil sales.
I really hope that residents are enjoying the new beach restrooms, the new parking lots, the new park improvements that we've been able to implement, and all of the other improvements.
After completing the 5K run, all participants received a commemorative bib and a medal and enjoyed a free, fun-filled community event featuring food trucks, a kids zone, and a concert in the Green Park.
As a resident, I love this. I'm a cyclist, but I also want to walk. I want to come here with my son. I want to come here with my friends. I'm very proud of our being able to do this.
The beach pathways, both the bike and the pedestrian, connect multiple communities in the city of Long Beach. And so the fact that the path connects the different communities allows for tourists and visitors to come, enjoy a walk on the beach, and also stop and get a bite to eat or go do a little bit of shopping, enjoy an afternoon with their families or friends. It's just an opportunity to connect people and bring them here.
This segregated pedestrian path offers both residents and visitors alike a beautiful new place where they can enjoy our beaches in a way they haven't before.
From cybercrime to seatbelts, there are many steps Long Beach residents can take to keep themselves safe. Recently, community members came out to Recreation Park in the 3rd District to learn how.
Today we're hosting a Live Safely event, which is an event designed to educate the public on what they can do to protect themselves, their homes, and their property from theft. It's a really great workshop because there's only so much that the police department can do. We need to take ownership of our streets and our property and make sure that we do whatever we can to make ourselves not be vulnerable to criminals.
We can't do it alone. The community needs to help us out. A lot of the ways we catch criminals is we get a call from somebody in the neighborhood saying there's a guy out there that or a gal that doesn't belong in our neighborhood. You know your neighborhood's best. You know them better than we do. So you call us, we go out there, we check it out, and many times it ends up in an arrest because they are doing something that they shouldn't be doing in that neighborhood.
Experts presented the latest facts on area crime trends, online safety, and home security. Community partners, including the Long Beach Police and Fire Departments and more, donated their time and services to the event. In addition to property and personal safety, the Long Beach Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, was on hand for timely information about safety in the event of a major incident.
We live in California where there are major earthquakes, and you could be in your car and infrastructure is. We live in California where there are major earthquakes, and you could be in your car and infrastructure is destroyed, and then where do you go? How do you do it? How do you operate? What we do is we train people to be self-sufficient from the moment a disaster happens until city services are restored, first responders can make it to them, and of course Red Cross and other organizations can come to help.
Taking personal responsibility for your safety was a key theme for the day. One of the biggest takeaways from this community event is that basic prevention can go a long way towards reducing residential crime.
Lock our doors. Do not leave valuables in your front seat. Roll up your windows at home. If it's too hot and you need to have your windows open, buy some kind of locking mechanism so it can't open enough for a person to get through. Sliding glass doors, lighting at your house, cameras, environmental impacts like bushes in front of your house that blocks your house. Yeah, it's nice for privacy for yourself, but you also give bad guys privacy when they're behind those bushes. So things like that is what we're trying to get out to the community to help them help themselves from becoming a victim.
The benefits of this Live Safely Expo go beyond personal security. Good safety practices enhance our entire city.
When people feel safe, they're going to go out more. They're going to shop more locally. They're going to spend their money locally because they feel safe in that community. Businesses are going to invest in safe communities, in stable communities.
For more information on upcoming community events, visit longbeach.gov.
We came in, sad, confused, not knowing, where to go. And these people everyone happy, smiling. We're here to help you, they say.
Jennifer and her family were just some of the 2,200 visitors the emergency shelter at Cesar Chavez Park helped out during Long Beach's worst blackout since the 1950s. A 72-hour massive power outage that initially left 4,800 residents, visitors, and businesses throughout the downtown area without electricity on Wednesday, July 15th. The blackout began shortly after 3 p.m. when an underground electrical vault caught fire at the intersection of 3rd Street and Chestnut.
The downtown system is an underground network system. Unlike your typical system that's overhead wires and it starts at one point and then shoots out directly to businesses and homes, this is a system underground that is interconnected together. So all of the vaults in the downtown area have connections between the vaults.
Public Works and the city as a whole is working very carefully and closely with Southern California Edison to get the power restored and to mitigate the impacts. I think both of us are learning a lot through this experience, which we'll take into the future.
As Southern California Edison personnel worked round the clock to restore power, The city, in cooperation with Edison, the Red Cross, CERT, and numerous other city departments and public agencies, went into action, bringing needed supplies and resources to those affected.
We slept last night here very comfortably in the air conditioning. We were able to get up in the middle of the night and walk to the restrooms without bumping and tripping. And it's been a trying time, but fortunately, people that care are here to help.
During the crisis, thousands of bottles of water and meals were distributed, along with bags of ice and hundreds of flashlights.
This was really great. I am so proud of the city of Long Beach. They came together. That's what makes a strong city, is when people come together, sharing their influences and resources. It was a people thing, people caring about people.
The city plans for these events, so it's great to see the planning and the equipment be put into use and everything work very smoothly, and to see the residents feel like the city's taking care of them.
When the incident was first reported, police and fire immediately deployed additional staff to patrol the area. With all the extra patrol and personnel deployed, the calls for service remain within normal range for the entire blackout.
I couldn't be prouder of the work that was put in by not only the firefighters, but every member of the city family, police department, Parks and Rec, Public Works. Everybody did a great job. And we'll be here right through the end until the city gets back up to that state of normal that we want to see.
I think our community was extraordinary through this very difficult time. They were patient, they were understanding, and there are stories we're hearing about neighbors helping neighbors, and that's exactly what you need in this type of situation. You really need people to look out for each other.
To ensure a constant flow of communication, the city not only held numerous press conferences, but also continually kept the public informed.
We're providing updates every 30 minutes, and whenever we have any news, we'll be updating all night long.
While the emergency is over, the learning is not, as teams throughout the city will get together to determine what else could be done to be even better prepared.
Let us know if there was something that you feel that we could have done better. We need to know that, because that's how we learn and get better for the future.
To get more information about this incident, visit longbeach.gov.
Neighbors getting to know each other, kids playing together, police officers and elected officials stopping by to say hello. This is what National Night Out is all about.
National Night Outs happen actually across the country, and it's an opportunity for neighbors to come out at night and just get to know each other, work with their law enforcement officials, police departments, promote safety, promote just getting to know each other. It's almost like a community watch for a night, but also to build relationships and to just look out for each other in the future.
Bringing parents and children together, it allows them to have more siblings, as you would say, and it create a better world, and be part of things.
We're like a family. If we get together as a family, we take care of each other. So if we really create a family in our neighborhood, it'll be great because everybody's taking care of each other.
Started in 1984 with a call for people all across the country to turn on their porch lights and hold small public gatherings, National Night Out has become a key crime prevention event that this year alone drew 37.8 million people across our country to join the call to make each neighborhood safer and a better place to live.
We know there were at least 27 that were documented throughout the city. The mayor and I were able to attend about 10 of them. And what we found in common was the enthusiasm, the love for the city. Collaborating with each other, trying to develop or enhance that community spirit to try and make our neighborhoods the best they can be.
If something happens, who are you going to reach out to besides the neighbor and the law? And that's why we're there to help one another.
The idea of communication within the city and with neighbors is important.
We're rehearsing in case of an emergency or a major event happens. We already know each other. We already know how to help each other. So basically that, I would tell our neighbors, hey, be part of it because you never know. And I think that'll make our community stronger.
Crime statistics show that neighbors who get to know each other are more likely to look out for one another, notice suspicious persons in the area, and are more apt to call and report suspicious activity and crime.
And it's a good way to stand up and say, if there's a criminal element, hey, look, we stand together. If you're here and you do something wrong, then we're going to take appropriate action.
When we see somebody that doesn't belong in the neighborhood, I call somebody, hey, does that person belong in front of your house? No, it doesn't. He doesn't. Okay, well, let's keep an eye on him. Let's watch that, okay? So that type of networking that is necessary to keep your neighborhood safe.
Throughout the evening of Tuesday, August 4th, neighbors and police throughout Long Beach spent the evening together, making new connections and catching up with old friends. And while this is a wonderful opportunity, it doesn't have to be the only one.
So we don't have to wait for National Night Out to do this. Let's do this every so often to develop better relationships with each other. Let's get away from the television and the computer and go outside and get to know your neighbors again. That relationship develops trust, and that trust eventually develops into that community bond that we're looking for to make our community the one that we desire to live in.
If you'd like to start a community watch program in your area, visit longbeach.gov.
The Uptown Latin Jazz Blues Festival at Houghton Park on August 22nd. Music lovers from Long Beach and beyond came out for a day of cool jazz and blues featuring international Latin jazz and mambo superstar Tito Puente Jr. and DW3. Nautica de la Cruz, former host of LBTV's Inside Long Beach and current KJLH radio personality, was on hand to talk to Councilman Rex Richardson.
Hey, it's your girl Nautica de la Cruz from 102.3 KJLH, but today I'm representing for Long Beach, the city of Long Beach, North Long Beach, of course. And today I have Council Member Rex Richardson. How you doing today?
I'm very good, Nautica. Thanks for joining us.
Well, it's such a pleasure. Now, listen, normally you would ask the questions, but I'm going to ask the questions today. So tell me, what is going on today in the city of North Long Beach?
Well, I'm glad that you've joined us for our 4th annual Latin Jazz and Blues Festival. This is a festival that began under Councilmember Steve Neal, and we've picked it up this year and taken it to the next level. We've got great music, community, and we've got Nautica de la Cruz as our host.
Now, tell me, why is festivals like this so important to the community?
Well, this is an opportunity to really celebrate all the great things that North Long Beach has to offer. We got a selection of our businesses, our restaurants. We've got a number of community groups that are coming out celebrating with us. But really, it's an opportunity to take off your tie, get to know your neighbors, and have a good time in one of our beautiful parks.
Why should the community care to come to some of these events?
Well, what does it really say to be able to come to your own neighborhood and hear high quality talent like Tito Puente Jr., DW3, see that our city and our community is really on the map, and people know this is a destination for everyone to come here and have a great time. This is why it's a renaissance. It's really an opportunity for folks to get to our community and really see the great things it has to offer.
Well, on that note, don't sleep on North Long Beach, right?
Don't sleep on North Long Beach.
To discover all of the concerts, festivals, expos, and events that are coming to our parks this year, visit longbeach.gov. September 23rd marks the first day of autumn, but before pulling out the knit sweaters and pumpkin spice lattes, hundreds of residents came to Marine Stadium in the 3rd District to say goodbye to summer.
Tonight we're enjoying a lovely Long Beach tradition, a concert in the park. Tonight actually a concert by the bay. So we've got a lot of community out here. It's a great Long Beach night, and I'm happy to be here.
I love music and the arts, and I love bringing those to parks because it really brings our community together. I mean, you look around, you've got neighbors talking to each other, you've got kids playing with one another, making new friends. It's a safe place. Everyone's looking out into the water. I love this. To me, is what the 3rd District is all about.
Families and friends came out with their lawn chairs and picnic baskets to enjoy the last rays of summer and rock out with 80s tribute band Night Rider.
I think it's dynamite. Gets us out of hot houses, gets us back together in community. We get to see neighbors, get to meet people I don't know, and I do know.
Having Patrick and Susie doing this jointly together, having our local assemblyman, our incredibly wonderful council person here together, it just shows the importance of city government working with state government in that partnership.
They can come out and they can touch us. They can come up to us and talk to us about their leaves, their trees, their sidewalks, their streets. This right now is building strong communities, which has an amazing impact on education, public safety, the arts, every aspect of a municipality. This is what it's all about.
For dates and details on more free community events in your neighborhood, visit our city's website at longbeach.gov. Thanks to a years-long collaboration between the City of Long Beach, Meta Housing Corporation, and a host of other partners, the beautiful new Long Beach and 21st Street apartments are officially open. This low-income senior housing facility, located at 2114 Long Beach Boulevard, boasts 41 one- and two-bedroom units, a community room and kitchen, outdoor seating and recreation areas, and on-site laundry.
We really went above and beyond. This is going to be a great day, and it's a wonderful thing for the people who live here.
21 of the units are home to formerly homeless residents, like wounded veteran Terry Lee Swenson.
Nothing is worse than homelessness. You lose your identity. You lose your worth, yourself. Anything that you've ever accomplished in your life disappears. I feel human again. This is home. Home.
This will show an example of what we're trying to do in the city of Long Beach. We're trying to show the homeless people, if you stay in there and have some stick-to-itness, we will get you a place. And this is what's so wonderful about this, senior citizen, low-income apartments we have here today.
A diverse mix of funding sources from the city, county, state, and federal levels brought this amazing four-story complex to life. Long Beach's Department of Health and Human Services put the project over the top with a package representing $2 million over the next 15 years.
What it means is that we're able to provide funding for 15 people to live for 15 years within this housing. So they are covered for their housing for that amount of time. And then what we're hoping is that we can update it and go back and go for another 15 years to be able to support another 15 seniors or who need them in the housing.
For more information on city development projects, visit longbeach.gov.
On Saturday, September 19th, Hartwell Park, the Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, hosted this year's Ready Long Beach Expo.
We need to increase awareness to all of our neighbors, our community, our fellow churchgoers, our co-workers, everybody, our civic groups. And so this tool itself is about being able to just create a little synergy for people to increase their awareness so they can become self-sufficient. Expos like this gives you practical execution experience.
Disasters know no boundaries. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter how much money you have or what religion you are. Disasters are the great equalizer. And Ready Long Beach is designed to help people develop an awareness about being ready, resilient, and able to respond and recover during a disaster.
Ready Long Beach offered attendees the resources and information needed to prepare for earthquakes, blackouts, tsunamis, and other disasters.
There's so much here, everything from city departments like fire, water, library, gas and oil, even people who businesses who sell emergency kits. There's a lot of times that we don't have the time to build one. So here they've kind of created starter kits for the residents to purchase. And it's a great way to start because we don't want people to be overwhelmed. And here you have a great start, you buy it, you're at least somewhat prepared.
Well, it's kind of like trick-or-treating. You go to each booth and everybody gives you things. I find things that I didn't even know existed here that would be wonderful in case of an emergency.
This was the second year that CERT and their community partners have hosted the Ready Long Beach Expo. More than 3,000 residents took advantage of the opportunity, visiting over 50 information booths and taking in safety demonstrations throughout the day.
I think it's just to get the community engaged and wanting to participate, to help each other, not just their immediate family, but everyone in the community, to be prepared. We never know what something's going to hit us and when. So I think it's probably just making everyone aware with a lot of education that's provided here. So it's a great way, and you get to meet your neighbors.
I really think this speaks to what we've experienced over the last year. And certainly we've had a couple of instances where we've had some situations in Long Beach, whether it was a storm surge from Hurricane Norbert or Hurricane Marie, or whether it was a tar ball incident, or whether it was a blackouts downtown. We realized that we're susceptible to this, and certainly history repeats itself. And 1933, Long Beach was devastated by the Long Beach earthquake. And so we know that these events will happen. It's a matter of when. And so we need to take proactive steps now to be ready.
For more information about upcoming free CERT training sessions, visit longbeachcert.org. And to learn more about the city's emergency preparedness plans, log on to longbeach.gov.
One, two, three.
Located at 2300 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, the newly named NAACP Freedom Park honors the trailblazers who fought for the rights and equality of all Americans.
When you think about social justice, when you think about equality, when you think about those that have been on the front lines of fighting for voting rights, for people to be treated fairly and with respect and with human dignity, he has always led that effort. As someone that has seen that work benefit all communities, it's with great pride that I'm here to be able to dedicate the naming of this park here today.
It's a freedom park, and everyone should have a right to freedom. And this is what this park is named. And I just think it's a wonderful thing to have it at a park of this type and named after the Freedom Park of the NAACP. It's going to be a wonderful park. I just want you to come and be a part of it.
Founded in 1909, the NAACP is the nation's largest and most recognized civil rights organization. With the grand opening of NAACP Freedom Park, the city of Long Beach once again made national history.
Today is a wonderful day. It's the first time in the nation a park has been named in honor of the oldest civil rights organization in the nation, NAACP. And it symbolizes a park that is inclusive and open to all. And we are so proud of the leadership of Council Member D. Andrews, the City Council, and the Mayor, and all involved in making this park possible.
The NAACP Freedom Park is part of the Pacific Electric right-of-way that the City of Long Beach acquired in 2008. The site was developed and opened as a park in 2012. In 2014, Councilmember Andrews initiated and followed through the process to give this much-needed open space a name. This 2.8-acre park features benches and picnic tables, along with a bike and pedestrian path that connect Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard to Lewis Avenue. For more information about the NAACP Freedom Park and all of our Long Beach parks, visit lbparks.org.
The Cabrillo High School Band struck up the celebration on October 21st as the City of Long Beach and Century Housing marked the opening of Cabrillo Gateway. An 80-unit development that will permanently house up to 250 homeless people and provide a wide range of services, including a federally qualified health center and targeted mental health support.
So the City of Long Beach has been part of really a partnership with the Villages of Cabrillo for quite a while. And at this, we were able through the Housing Authority to bring 80 place-based vouchers, which means all those who are living here are supported with vouchers for their rent, essentially, which allows them to live here.
This is where once a person gets here, they're gonna have all the advantages of being provided all the services they need to get not a handout, but to get a hand up.
I was amongst the first 11 to move into Cabrillo Gateway. And I was so impressed. It's really nice, very comfortable, accommodating. The kitchen is big. I just love it.
This fourth phase of the Villages at Cabrillo campus includes a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. It literally provides a gateway to a better life and furthers Mayor Robert Garcia's pledge to end homelessness, which Long Beach has been able to reduce each of the past 4 years unlike other neighboring cities.
And they've been a leader. I mean, they're probably the #1 city out of 88 cities in Los Angeles County that dealt with the issue of homelessness head on from the very, very beginning. I'm so proud of the city of Long Beach. What you look at today, you're changing lives.
The Villages is truly integrated within the city's larger continuum of care. What that requires, though, is a lot of compassion, strategic investment of resources throughout programs across the city. We hope to help all of our households here essentially get to a place where they're healthier and happier and are able to begin to think about the future.
This was a truly collaborative effort, as more than 20 funding partners made the complex a reality. For more information on the city's development projects, visit lbds.info.
Hi, I'm here at the corner of Temple and Anaheim in front of the world-famous JoJo's restaurant. Quite an institution here in Long Beach and certainly an institution in our 4th district. Let's go inside and meet the owner, Ken Buck. I'm with the owner, Ken Buck. Ken, tell us a little bit about the history of JoJo's.
Well, Joe's was started in 1924 by my grandfather. He was an apprentice barber when he came over from Hungary, and he eventually settled here in Long Beach and opened this location as a barber shop. And by 1934, he was serving beer, sandwiches, and still cutting hair. But the Barbering Commission came in and told him that he couldn't cut hair any longer because it was unsafe to cut hair and serve liquor at the same time. So he looked at his books, found that he was making more money making beer, and the future was in beer and sandwiches, and that's pretty much where we've been since then.
Okay, 1924, that makes JoJo's one of the oldest businesses in the 4th district, but you have some other kind of impressive numbers. Can you go through some of those for us?
We sell about 150 kegs of beer a month, about 10,000 pickled eggs, about 7,000 Joe's Special sandwiches.
Well, Ken, that's a lot of beer, but I'd also like to know about these T-shirts that we see worldwide.
We sell about 10,000 T-shirts a year at Joe's. We have different ones for Christmas, Halloween, St. Patty's Day. We have summer shirts. We have winter shirts. Customers will take them on trips around the world and have their pictures taken. And as you can see around here, we've got pictures of people all over the world.
Ken, you and I are both from Long Beach and both Wilson High School Bruins. Just wondering about your customers and the folks who work here. Are they mostly locals?
Most of our customers are locally live in the area, but I do have a lot of customers from outside the area also. We have had a couple of marriages. We've had a number of receptions, and a lot of people will stop by from their wedding on their way to the reception and with the wedding party and have their photo taken. We'll get people from all over the Southern California, in fact, all over the world, basically.
Ken, I know this is a challenging industry you're in. Some of your competitors have a 200% turnover rate. You have longevity with your employees. What keeps you here and keeps you motivated?
Well, my customers keep me motivated. It's a fun place to come to work, and my employees are. My customers keep me motivated. It's a fun place to come to work, and my employees are very responsible. They have the opportunity to work when they want, not work when they don't want. My managers work for me for 31 years. It's been a great for me. My employees are like my family. I just enjoy coming to work every day.
Hey, thank you for being such a great asset to our 4th District. And we're going to sign off now. And I want to say thank you for watching Go Long Beach and go forth.
Safe Long Beach Harvest Fair and is designed to strengthen community and promote safety throughout the city.
Citywide violence prevention plan. And today there's a lot of different booths out here. You know, one of them being the police department, crime prevention, how to start a community watch on your block. But we also didn't want to make it boring. We also have fun stuff such as library resources, park and rec. We have jumpers for the kids. So while the kids are having fun, the parents can go around to the resource tables and learn about all the different city resources that are available to make their neighborhood and community better.
Covering everything from health and education to job training and secure housing. This event attracted over 300 Long Beach residents.
They're doing a pretty good job. I think the outcome, there's a lot of people out here, so a lot of people participating, which is a good sign that the community is involved.
Police, parks, and libraries are just some of the city departments that make up the public safety continuum. Now, this continuum focuses on the elements that go into building and sustaining a safe city. And building a safe city starts by supporting safe communities.
We realize that in order to have this community, the city realistically be safe, that it has to be done with partnerships, not only partnerships with the police department and the rest of the city family, libraries, parks and rec, and all the other departments involved, but the community itself. So what you see behind me is a lot of families. So we come out here and we intend to develop relationships, which then eventually build partnerships and start that communication and coordination, which is so important to have a healthy neighborhood.
Safe Long Beach, the city's violence prevention plan, addresses a broad safety agenda aimed at reducing all forms of violence by drawing on the city's many existing assets. These include strong neighborhoods, thriving business districts, award-winning schools, and a stable leadership.
Today we are bringing City Hall to the Adams community. This is a school community working with the neighborhood and city to bring resources and build a stronger neighborhood.
For more information about Safe Long Beach, visit lbvpp.com.
Safe communities are the backbone of a strong city, and all of our Long Beach residents are working with each other to make our city stronger. With the support of police, these community watch groups are keeping
neighbors watching each other's back, making sure that they're communicating and coordinating, holding meetings to find out exactly what's going on in the neighborhood, and then report activity, whether it's the police department, quality of life issues. So the neighborhood's just working together to communicate with their city resources.
It's our responsibility as the community to make sure that we feel it's safe. And while the police help us with that, we're part of that solution, and they can't be everywhere.
The process of starting a community watch program is straightforward. The first step is to contact your local police district community resource specialist. This officer will direct connect to police resources and information. Next, hit the streets and organize your neighbors, homeowners, renters, and businesses, as well as schools and faith-based organizations should be invited to the Community Watch meeting.
And what we like is a block per block approach, just simply because we find that to be much more effective, because then you get more of 100% participation. If you walk to the location where the neighborhood meeting is going to take place, that's a good sign that you're probably going to get a great representation of the people that live in that neighborhood.
Self-organized community watch groups meet regularly to get to know each other and build a neighborhood team. Together, the group can identify and discuss neighborhood problems and develop a plan of action to resolve them.
It's a little hard because we know that our police officers are out there patrolling, but they don't always see what's going on. And we have a lot of alleys. So our alleys need some help, and we have to help our police department.
From reducing crime, getting to know your neighbors, communities working together have a positive impact for everyone involved.
It's been a proven fact drive down crime. We also were able to provide the educational component on how they can actually contact the police department, why they should contact the police department whenever they observe. So this really helps and helps reduce crime in general throughout the city.
We want to make our communities the communities we dream of, where you want your kids to play safe, be free of crime. That is a partnership. It's a partnership with the residents first, who are our eyes and ears. When they see something, they say something, and then bring the proper resources to bear to deal with challenges that we have.
If you're interested in forming a community watch group on your block, visit longbeach.gov/police and click on the Crime Info tab for more information in English, Spanish, and Khmer.
This time-lapse photograph was taken in November by Solve Mysteries photographer. It is apparently the first time that the strange phenomenon known as the Gurdon light has been captured on.
Yeah.
The Gurdon light.
They can't say, oh, it matches.
Learned that there was a.
And for a while. Know where this Stuart Heaton lives?
The high school's the Gurdon light. Disagree. The Gurdon light. If there is a scientific explanation, it has certainly eluded everyone for the past 60 years. Until something better comes along, we're left with the legend of poor old Will McLean's ghost wandering the railroad tracks forevermore, perhaps in search of the man who killed him. When we return, the controversial case of Stuart Heaton. Did faulty DNA evidence put the wrong man in prison for murder? In recent months, most of us have at least heard of the legal debate over the use of DNA evidence in criminal cases. Many experts believe DNA can identify a suspect as reliably as a fingerprint. Others strongly disagree. Tonight, that debate has a special resonance for a young man named Stuart Heaton. He is serving a life sentence for murder, even though many believe there is compelling evidence that another man committed the crime. Stuart insists that he is innocent, and that crucial DNA evidence, which some say is deeply flawed, helped put him behind bars. Ramsey, Illinois, in the south central part of the state, is a peaceful rural community. But on July 23, 1991, a brutal murder shocked its citizens. 16-year-old Crystal Knapp, a high school sophomore, had been stabbed 81 times in the living room of her family's trailer.
Hey, Brian, look at there. What's your murder weapon? Looks like a pair of sewing scissors. And I'll tell you, the person who did this, you can't stab somebody that many times without getting cuts on your hands. Look for somebody with cuts either on the outside of their fingers or on their palm.
I wonder if you happen to see anything suspicious.
Several neighbors told police they had noticed a white pickup truck, most probably Dodge, parked outside the Nabs trailer earlier that day from around 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Said like a Dodge pickup truck. You know anybody that has a truck like that?
Next, the police talked with Crystal's brother, Curtis Knapp.
A friend of mine, I haven't seen him for like 2 or 3 years though. Stuart Heaton.
Stuart Heaton. Do you happen to know where this Stuart Heaton lives?
He used to live about 3 miles up the road.
Uh-huh. Is he married?
I don't know.
Okay, you haven't seen him in that long though, 2 or 3 years?
It's been at least 2 or 3 years.
Okay. Good evening.
Police located Stuart Heaton in nearby Bluff City, Illinois, where he worked as a carpenter and roofer. He did, in fact, own a white Dodge pickup and had married 2 years earlier, several months after he lost touch with Curtis Knapp.
Mr. Heaton, if you'd step out on the porch just for a second.
What do you want to ask?
Mr. Heaton, would you put your hands behind your back?
Four.
What are you doing?
Just want to ask you a couple of questions.
What is going on here?
I haven't done anything wrong.
We're just going to take
Can
you
you
down to the
explain what's
station
going on
and
here,
ask you a few
please?
questions, that's all.
Stuart!
Yeah, Karen, call my mom.
Where are they taking you?
The police station.
Watch for your head. Where'd you get these cuts on your hands, Stuart?
And flashing.
I'm laying a roof. You sometimes bang your hands when you're doing construction.
Hold real still for me, okay, Stu?
Both on the outer and on the palms, too? What about this one on your forehead? Did you,
It's not a cut, it's a pimple.
Yeah, take a shot of that, Tom.
Can I put my hands down now?
Just
You
a
can put him
second.
down now, Stu. Just hold real still.
We got to know a little bit about what you did today. What was your day like? When did you wake up? Where'd you go?
I left my house at 9. I gave an estimate for a room job.
Where'd you get the estimate, Stuart?
Look, why am I answering these questions? I haven't done anything wrong.
I need you to
What do
hold real
He doesn't know
still.
why he's done anything wrong.
Two crime scene technicians came back and told me this guy has the cuts. This is our man. From the beginning. And for a while, though, that was all we had, connecting him to the crime scene, were the cuts. It was just too big of a coincidence for them to say that the guy we're looking for is going to have this, and the suspect they picked up immediately had exactly what they said we'd find.
I know for a fact that I missed it. Nobody else may know for a fact, but I know for a fact. If they were half the investigator that he would lead the public to believe, then he would have checked and found out that I'll always have cuts on my hand. You know, there wasn't nothing abnormal. A carpenter without cuts on his hands is not a carpenter. He's an observer, and I'm a carpenter.
We were told that he had been picked up, Stuart Heaton had been picked up for her murder. And afterwards, we learned that there was a possibility because he had cuts on his hands, his forehead, he had a mark on his leg, and they started doing some investigation, and people had seen his truck.
Step inside.
Stuart Heaton was indicted on September 11th, 1991. He voluntarily waived his right to a speedy trial. After a search warrant was obtained, police took a blood sample from Stuart for DNA testing. An autopsy had been performed on Crystal Knapp. She was 3 months pregnant, and a trace of dried yellow material which contained semen was found on her pubic hair. Crystal's boyfriend had been eliminated as a suspect. The authorities wanted to find out if the semen matched Stuart Heaton's DNA. For more than 4 months, Stuart languished in jail, awaiting the DNA test results, which he felt would exonerate him once and for all.
Heaton?
Yes, sir.
You got a delivery.
Thank you.
However, when his lawyer forwarded the test results, they were not what Stuart Heaton had hoped for. There was a chance that Stuart's DNA did match the semen sample found on Crystal's body. In spite of this, Stuart remained optimistic.
I didn't know as much about DNA and genetic testing then as I do now, but when I read that, I looked at that and I hung on to that, and I said, there's only a chance. You know, this test isn't exact. They can't say, oh, it matches. I mean, they said there was a chance. In my mind, reasonable doubt.
I had read all that. I knew there was no way. And when I looked at it, I thought, it's not him. Besides all the other forensic evidence, they had 25 pages of hair, skin, tissue, blood, fingerprints, and not one was Stewart's. You couldn't be. It's an impossibility to be in a place from 10 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon and not leave something. And there's nobody smart enough to be in theirs. Just theirs and everybody else's. It's impossible. It can't be done.
That's on Stewart's hands notwithstanding. He and his family were confident, but they would be sorely disappointed. Curtis Knapp, Crystal's brother, gave damaging testimony. He claimed that one night between 2 and 3 years earlier, he had found Stewart in the Knapp's trailer with his older sister, Melody.
Now, when you say he was talking to your sister, where was he located in the trailer at that time? In the bedroom. And where was your sister? In the bedroom.
Of course, his testimony was completely different from his mom's on that. He said he answered the door and that I came in and he asked me to leave and all this and that. I think even at one point he said that he woke up and I was there. But that night when I stopped by, his mom answered the door. I asked for Curtis. She went and got Curtis. And we sat down at the kitchen table. And I drank a couple of beers and talked.
They asked me 3 times.
Stewart's wife was called by the prosecution as a hostile witness, as was his mother. Their testimony indicated that Stewart might have changed clothes on the day of the murder.
I can tell you that in the morning he had a t-shirt on, but as far as, pants and stuff, it had to say sweatpants because they couldn't fit in his jeans.
Why all of a sudden now do you just say sweatpants?
Because
The prosecution theorized that Stewart had hidden a pair of blue jeans, bloodied during the murder of Crystal Knapp.
No further questions, Your Honor.
2 witnesses, 1 woman and 1 man, took the stand to establish an alibi for Stewart between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. on the day of the murder. The prosecutor shot holes in their testimony. Against his family's advice, Stewart decided not to testify on his own behalf. He says his court-appointed lawyer had not prepared him to take the stand. Stewart also says his religion teaches that faith must be put in God rather than in any individual, including oneself.
With regard to the semen samples...
As a capstone of the prosecution's case, an expert witness testified that there was a probability that Stewart Heaton's DNA matched the semen sample.
The DNA profile found in this case that matches the DNA profile of Mr. Heaton would be expected to be found once out of every 52,600 non-related Caucasians tested.
Those odds, relative to other cases where DNA had been used as evidence, are not in fact very impressive. The odds needed before many experts feel comfortable are more in the neighborhood of 1,000,000 to 1. Nevertheless, the jury found the prosecution's expert convincing.
The jury has returned 2 signed verdicts. For signed verdict, we, the jury, find the defendant, Stewart Heaton, guilty of first-degree murder, count 1.
I was expecting a not guilty verdict. And after I left the courtroom, I crossed to the county jail, in there with family and friends. And at that point, I cried. Held on to my wife and I cried. And we decided we'd go on and keep fighting it. I don't quit.
I feel for the family that lost their child. I am not that kind of person. I know what it is to lose a child, and they had to hurt bad. But the worst thing that could happen was put the wrong man in prison for it.
Stewart Heaton was sentenced to life in prison at the Menard Correctional Center in Chester, Illinois. The judge ruled that Stewart would never be eligible for parole.
I am convinced that the DNA evidence in this case was the linchpin of the prosecution's case, that without it, the prosecution had a weak circumstantial case. Jurors were wowed by the scientific evidence of 52,000 to 1 odds against Stewart Heaton, and that did it. In the end of the day, a weak case was made a strong one based on this evidence that I believe is phony evidence.
David Protes is an investigative journalist and professor at Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois. His research has led him to conclude that the real criminal is still at large and that Stuart Heaton was railroaded.
If he hadn't owned the white truck, he wouldn't have even been a suspect in this case. I did a search through Department of Motor Vehicle records for the state of Illinois that found that in Fayette County alone, there were more than 100 white trucks that were similar to the kind that Stuart Heaton drove. And in fact, in narrowing that search down, I identified 12 white Dodge Dakotas, including Stuart Heaton's. One of those Dodge Dakotas belonged to a man with a lengthy criminal history who knew the murder victim, Crystal Knapp.
Could the DNA sample found on Crystal Knapp's body have belonged to someone other than Stuart Heaton? According to the statistical method used in Stuart's trial, there are more than 4,800 people in the United States whose DNA would have matched the sample. And when a new statistical method widely used today is applied, that number rises from 4,800 to around 48,000.
There's no dispute that DNA evidence to exclude somebody is generally accepted. If we look just at one place on a gene and they don't match, then we know that those people don't match. The problem is when you try to include people. We can prove, for example, that somebody isn't the father of a child by DNA test, and we can prove that to 100% scientific acceptability. When we try to prove who is the father, who is the murderer, that's where we run into difficulties.
Bob Byman and his associate Shelley Malinowski have taken on the Stuart Heaton case pro bono for no fee. They believe not only that Stuart is innocent, but that Dr. Robert Allen, the DNA expert for the prosecution, used a controversial method of calculating the odds against Stuart.
2 years after he testified in the Stuart Heaton case, Robert Allen published an article with several other renowned scientists that rejected the statistical assumptions that he himself had used in the Stuart Heaton evidence.
And I think that the main reason that he was convicted was that the jurors were completely overwhelmed by the complexity of the DNA evidence, and they saw it as infallible, when in fact it's not.
To across the board deny the use of DNA evidence because it's low, I believe it is not fair. I think that it should in fact be admissible, and here that's what a jury is for. As the trier of the fact, let them determine whether the odds are low in relation to everything else and all the other evidence in the case, or whether they're significant.
This probe here represents
The single most important issue in the DNA testimony of Stuart Heaton's trial was interpretation of the evidence. This is an autoradiogram, or autorad, of DNA taken from the murder victim Crystal Knapp. The two distinct bands represent DNA from a region in which individuals are very likely to be different genetically. Juxtapose another DNA sample taken from a different area on Crystal Knapp's body, and the two bands also show up clearly. A perfect match, because both samples come from the same person. The trial boiled down to a debate between two expert witnesses over whether bands were present in the semen sample found on Crystal Knapp's body. And if they were, did they match the bands in Stuart Heaton's DNA profile? This autorad compares Stuart Heaton's DNA with DNA from the semen sample. The small pinpoint dots on the left borders mark the places where Dr. Allen said he saw bands which linked Stuart Heaton to the semen.
Based upon your examination of the autoradiographs,
The defense expert, Dr. Gary Littman, said he was unable to detect those critical bands.
As I said, there's no band. There simply is no band there.
The sample itself was old, crusty material that was minute in quantity. It probably did not provide an adequate basis for even conducting a DNA test, and certainly not the type of DNA test that was done here. We unearthed a letter in which, prior to his reaching conclusions, Dr. Robert Allen said that he hoped that the DNA test would end up implicating Stuart Heaton. Now, that is scientific subjectivity that should disqualify him as an expert in this case.
I'm certain Dr. Allen did the best that he could with what was available to him, but that material simply wasn't in the best condition, and it didn't lead then to very clear-cut results. There was a lot of smudges. It's difficult to say unambiguously that a band is present and a band is not present.
Dr. Dan Crane has co-authored articles on DNA testing with Dr. Robert Allen. Yet in the case of Stuart Heaton, Dr. Crane disputes the conclusions of his colleague.
Based on the DNA evidence alone, I would feel very uncomfortable sending a man to prison on that evidence alone. Now, there may well have been other compelling evidence of which I'm not aware, but the DNA evidence by itself certainly would leave a large area of doubt in my mind as to whether or not that he was in fact the person who was at that crime scene.
I mean, it wasn't just DNA that convicted him. It was people that saw him, saw the truck, and people that testified to, where they saw him at, the times. And, I mean, people that saw the truck at the home. That's what I think helped convict him, that plus the DNA.
There's no doubt in my mind, no doubt whatsoever that he killed her. He killed her in an extremely vicious, sick manner. He's extremely dangerous. He has to be locked up. If he is released, I do believe that he will kill again. He has to be locked up, and the court system worked, and it worked right.
I did not kill Crystal Knapp. I don't know the girl. I don't have any reason to have any grudge against her or her family or anything. I didn't know her.
When we return, two sisters.
Reality, sexuality.
1991 at approximately 4 p.m., 16-year-old Crystal Nabb was found dead on the living room floor of the trailer she lived in with her parents. She had been brutally stabbed 81 times with a pair of scissors. Neighbors reported to the police that they had seen a white pickup truck parked outside the trailer from 10:30 to 2 p.m. that day. When police asked Crystal,
Stuart Heaton was in court on 2 counts of first-degree murder.
Stuart Heaton was a 24-year-old carpenter who lived in the area. He and Karen met at a fundamentalist church where they were happily married and expecting their first child. History of violence and no criminal record. On the night of the murder, state troopers arrived to Stuart's store. They handcuffed him and brought him down for questioning, where they photographed several cuts on his hands. Heaton said the cuts were all wounds from carpentry work. Police said they were recent wounds from the scissors attacking Crystal. 6 months later, Stuart Heaton was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Over the last 8 years, criminal experts have questioned whether the police had arrested the wrong man. Just this year, Stu was awarded an evidentiary hearing by the appeals court to review the evidence in his case. My partner, Scott Anderson, and I were recently brought onto this case. Scott is an investigative journalist from New York, and I am a private investigator and veteran police detective. We were hired by Court TV to fly down to Ramsey, Illinois, and reinvestigate the murder conviction of Stuart Heaton.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Hello.
We're looking for reservations for jury. Scott and I plan to spend the next few months in Ramsey. We were hoping to uncover whether Stuart was a guilty man as charged or an innocent man wrongfully convicted. This looks like a real small town. This is really small.
Yeah, and it's gonna be one of those places where everybody knows everybody. Because nobody's moved into it like this. They're born and raised here.
Right, they're born, raised here, die here. Scott and I were on our way to see Don Schaefer in his office. Schaefer was the prosecutor who tried Stuart Heaton. It was his first and only murder trial and the first murder in Fayette County in 10 years.
Hello. Hi, how are you guys?
Scott Anderson.
Don Schaefer. Nice to meet you, Scott.
Jerry Pellets, how are you?
Nice to meet you, Jerry. Fine.
Thanks for taking the time to do this.
Sure. I mean, to make it all make sense, it takes a little while to go through it because there was a lot of circumstantial evidence. And there's a lot of pieces that go together to fit the puzzle. It's just not something you can gloss over in a couple of minutes and say there's just not enough there.
Right. Well, we got some time. We'll listen.
Yeah.
We have the time.
Can you kind of walk us through the...
There was 81 stab wounds involved in this particular case. And the person that had struck her, when he struck down, the hand becomes just soaked in blood. The scissors become so slippery that you really can't grip them. Because of that, your hand slips off and they run across the blades. The crime scene guys told us the suspect we would be looking for would have these superficial cuts on the hands and fingers or whatever. And then when they go pick up Stuart Heaton that night to bring him up for questioning, they just look at his hands, and these little cuts that they tell me we're looking for are all over his hands. And later on in the case, when the autopsy was performed, it was in fact found a small amount of semen was found in the young girl's pubic hair. The American Red Cross did a DNA analysis, and the analysis did in fact come back that it was Stuart Heaton's. And that's the kind of stuff, that we went to trial with, and the jury believed it.
But there was no blood from Heaton that was found there on the crime scene?
No, there was so much of her blood everywhere, they told us there was no way.
There was no way of finding
No
that
way.
blood?
And the carpet was just soaked.
Right. How about Heaton's vehicle? What would be in there? How do you mean to clean up?
Right. He cleaned up before he got into his vehicle.
Do you think there are any people that are in jail that are incarcerated that shouldn't be there?
Of course, it happens all the time.
It does happen,
Unfortunately.
What do you think about this case?
I don't think I could live with myself if I feel I put somebody wrongfully in jail, and I don't. I mean, I'm convinced it's him. He did it.
You heard about this crime that took place. What did you think when you heard that Stuart had been accused of it?
Absolute disbelief, because I did not see Stuart as being capable of anything of this magnitude. as time went on, and I heard things in the media here and there, that began to be questioned in my own mind. I thought, is it possible? But after I had read the court transcripts, I think I found myself totally convinced of his innocence. I saw several things that, to me, were kind of stretching it a little bit.
When you say things were stretching it in those court transcripts, what were those things?
Well, there were a lot of things that seemed to be rather coincidental. The individual that was doing the DNA testing was not from the crime lab, and my understanding is there was really no match whatsoever. One of the other things that I think came to play was it was very close to election times, and the state's attorney from Fayette County was up for re-election, and I think there was a very strong push to get a murder case in Fayette County, all the way through the criminal justice system, get a conviction in prison, whether it's the right man or not is the way it seemed.
Scott and I were on our way to see Stewart at Menard Penitentiary. Stewart had been in prison for 9 years, which meant he had 9 years to work on his story. I decided to rely on my interrogation techniques that I used as a detective in New York. I would react under pressure.
Jury House. Oh, I gotta understand why we're here. We talked to the prosecutor in the case. First thing he talked about was when the police arrived at your door that night, that you never asked why you're being taken in. It's a pretty fundamental thing to ask why.
Well, I did. I remember when they cuffed me, I asked them what's going on. They wouldn't tell me anything. I got in the car, I didn't struggle, I didn't resist them because I wasn't afraid. I believed that the justice system worked. I never had any reason to doubt that it didn't. I never had any reason to doubt if you're innocent, if you didn't do anything, if you have nothing to hide, that you should not talk and discuss things freely.
How about the cuts on your hands? The cuts on your hands.
Always had cuts in my hands from
Always? You got scars?
Some.
I spoke to a few carpenters, and they said only a bad carpenter would get cuts on their hands.
So I was a bad.
You were bad? Did anybody see those cuts on your hands prior to that?
No, I had a couple of cuts on my head, a couple of scratches. When I bucked off my horse, hit the ground, I hit it hard, lit in a splinter in my hand.
I think we're getting a big story. My feeling is that the right man may be in jail. What do you think about that?
You're entitled to your opinion. It's wrong.
Because you haven't convinced me. White truck, bad alibis, no alibis. Could have been you.
No fingerprints. Anywhere match me. No hair. No nothing. How many times have you heard FBI experts and everybody testify? If you were there, you're going to leave something. You're going to leave hair. You're going to leave something. There's nothing there. No blood on my clothing. No blood on me. No blood on my fingernails. Nothing. No blood in my vehicle. Absolutely nothing.
It wasn't you.
It was not me.
You swear to God, you're supposed to be a good Christian.
So,
This thing just seems to get more confusing all the time. Just really two very different versions of the same events.
Right, it comes down to the point, who do you believe? Do you believe Stewart and his family, or do you believe the prosecutor about what's going on? My instincts tell me that he might be the guy. It's a possibility, I'm not 100% certain yet, but he might be the guy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm certainly not completely sold on Stewart Heaton's innocent, but the crime scene,
Not a hair, not a speck of skin, not blood. Doesn't make any sense.
Hi, Scott Anderson.
Jim Covert, glad to meet you.
After 3 weeks of investigating the murder conviction of Stuart Heaton, Scott and I were eager to speak with any of the police officers on the case.
No problem.
Jim Calvert, the arresting officer, he was no longer on the force, and from our conversations on the phone, it seemed like he had important information he was scared to tell us about.
When I got the phone call last night and was asked about if I was willing to talk, I was like a little reluctant. It's been a lot of years now, and I went through a lot of heat myself prior or after this thing with Crystal.
The day of the homicide.
Right.
Can you take us back to that day? What tour were you doing and what happened?
Well, we knock on the door. They ask Stuart to come out and are asking him if they could search the house and this and that. Well, I put the cuffs on behind Stuart's back, and as I said, this girl was murdered brutally. Something like 70 puncture wounds, and as it turned out, with a pair of scissors. And there are no marks on his hands. There's nothing on his hands, and I'm thinking, this isn't looking right. This isn't looking right at all.
How close? I mean, did you really look at his hands? Did you really take notice of him, look at them?
Well, I cuffed him up, you know, and I turned his hands outside to cuff him up, and there was nothing there.
You were looking?
Yeah, I was looking
for some sort of scratches,
something. Yeah,
blood, anything?
It looked brutal. It looked like there was a fight at the scene. As I remember, the phone was yanked off the wall, and it looked like she had fought. There was nothing on his face. There was nothing on his hands. No, there was nothing. And when I indicated to my superiors that I had a little problem with what was going on, like I said, they were blowing it off. We got our guy.
What are you telling us?
What I'm telling you is that Stuart was getting a railroad job and that the police was not doing all they could do.
That truck, the pickup truck, what time was it seen there at the house, your victim's house?
First people started seeing it around 10:15, and it was being seen right up till 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock,
Yeah.
it was outside Crystal's home.
That's right. So if we can find people who say they saw him in that time frame down in Bay or elsewhere,
right,
it throws an interesting light on stuff.
So if Gene Carter Stewart in his truck at the lumberyard at 12:30, whose truck was parked outside Crystal Knapp's truck at 10:02? Everybody's witnesses were lying, but that was not Stewart's white truck. I was beginning to think that Stewart really could be an innocent man, but the one nagging question in my mind was the DNA, seeming to match Stewart. Dr. Allen, who performed the DNA test for the prosecution, refused to speak with us, but we were able to speak with his colleague, Dr. Dan Crane, who was very familiar with the samples in Stewart's case.
Doctor, if this DNA sample had been sent to you and you had run the test, what would you have testified to?
Given how difficult to interpret these autoradiograms are, I think at the very strongest that I would say is that they are inconclusive. I think, though, that a very reasonable argument could be made that they are actually exculpatory, somebody other than Stuart Heaton.
Well, the prosecutor, this is Jerry Palace, Doctor, thank you. The prosecutor makes it like this was his whole case, this DNA. You're saying that based on this, he maybe should have acquitted. Is that correct?
In my mind, this is perhaps one of the most questionable convictions based on DNA evidence that I've ever seen. I've examined DNA evidence now for must be hundreds of cases, and never before have I seen as suspicious looking a DNA profile match as was declared in this particular case.
But he's basically saying that the guy never should have been convicted. It's inconclusive.
That's pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's been doing
8 years.
8 years in prison because of that. I feel bad for Stewart, knowing this, because if that's the case, the guy never should have been in jail. Really. He served one too many days and years. We learned that Stewart's appeals attorney, Shelley Malinowski, tried to have Stewart's DNA retested, but the courts denied her permission. She was, however, awarded an evidentiary hearing for Stewart. We wanted to discuss with her what new evidence she was presenting in this case. What new evidence do you have
since the original trial?
Well, there's pretty obvious evidence, such as the fact that the perpetrator must have been a person who socialized and knew the victim very well, because they were visiting together for at least 2 hours before the crime occurred. And we have evidence to show that they didn't have any current social relationship. And in fact, that she had a current social relationship with somebody else who owned and used, an almost identical ways, and who was a drug dealer,
Who are you referring to in that?
I'm referring to a man named Ron Hare. We know that he was driving the white truck, his brother's white truck that night. We know that he knew the victim. We know he made all kinds of incriminating statements, giving a motive for the killing. We know from previous wives, previous experience, that he's an extremely violent individual. I just think there's no excuse for not having investigated him right after the murder.
Does this individual, Ron Hare, does he have any criminal history?
Yes, he does. He's been charged with numerous drug-related offenses. He's also been charged with sexual assault of his own daughter. Yes.
While investigating the murder conviction of Stuart Heaton, we stumbled upon a new suspect case, a man by the name of Ron Hare. Shelley Malinowski, Stuart's appeals attorney, arranged for us to meet with her private investigator, Terry Brandon. Apparently, Terry had some leads on this new suspect.
To your knowledge, was Ron Hare ever questioned by the police?
I have no idea. The only thing I know is Ron Hare, at one point in time, was an informant. He was an informant for the Illinois State Police Drug Task Force Unit.
Let's go to Ron Hare. You trying to say something, or?
I can't say anything. It's not for me to say or to accuse anybody.
You have
I'm
an
reading.
opinion about
I
that.
have opinions, and everybody has an opinion.
What's your opinion?
My opinion is that he has something to do with this murder.
Do you feel that there is a drug component, narcotic component to this story?
Yes, and it's not just one, and this is just not one murder. There has been several instances in Fayette County over the past years relating to drug murders.
Our suspicions of Ron Hare were growing. Terry gave us names of a few people who might be able to shed some light on the case. We went to talk to Crystal's best friend, America, and her mother, Janet, a friend of Ron Hare. What do you think about this case? Who do you feel is the person responsible for this?
Ronnie Hare. Ronnie was always with Crystal. Well, she was seen in the car with Crystal and all that.
Ronnie Hare, Crystal Knapp, and some other girl in the backseat coming down from Ramsey, and I was going up from Van Day from Ramsey.
You sure it was Crystal?
Oh, it was Crystal and Ronnie.
No doubt about it?
Yeah, it was Crystal.
How many days before the actual murder?
So before the murder.
Day or so before? Yeah. What did this Ron Hare do for a living? Do you know?
Probably sell drugs.
Was that the word around town? If you wanted drugs, who would you call? Somebody smiling.
Well, we went over there, and my husband, now that I'm with now, he got pot from him. It was just pot.
Right. Don't worry about it. You're not going to get in trouble with that.
Don't worry about it. How did he deal with the competition? Did he tell the police about them?
I think he did. I think. Because it's funny, all these other people start getting busted, and he's not,
Is it possible that Ron Hare would be capable of a crime like this, a really vicious, brutal murder?
We got told up in Ramsey that Curtis was in with Ronnie, owed Ronnie Hare a lot of money. And I guess Curtis didn't pay back the money, and he was going to come and get the first thing, or the closest thing that Curtis loved. Yeah. And Curtis and Crystal was like, brother and sisterly, should be. Curtis loved Crystal.
They were real close.
Crystal loved Curtis. They was like best friends too, but brother and sisterly, type.
And Ron's mean. When he wants something, he'll go after it. He'll get it. He'll get one way or the other.
After leaving Janet's house, I made a few phone calls to see if I could track down Ron Hare's truck, a white Dodge Dakota, the same model that was seen parked outside Crystal Nabs on the day of the murder.
Yeah, white Dodge. What year was it? It was in the 80s. Like an 88, 89?
89.
88 or 89. Really?
Apparently, Ron and his brother Rick sold their truck immediately after the murder. 1 year later, it was given over to a wrecking yard and no longer existed. Scott and I had also learned from anonymous sources that Ron Hare was a Vietnam veteran who had frontal lobotomy as a result of his head injuries. He was charged with stabbing a man down in Florida. He was also charged with raping his own daughter. Clearly, this guy was a town's boogeyman, and a lot of people would even talk to us about him. We were on our way to see Ron Hare's ex-wife, Patty Street.
When you first heard about the murder, any names pop into your head as to who may have been responsible for that?
Probably my ex-husband.
Why? Why did you say that?
Because there were drugs involved, and it was a 16-year-old girl, and the crime, the way it was with the sexual abuse and the stabbing, it just, I don't know.
We heard that at one time Ron threatened you with a pair of scissors. What time was that?
Right before the incident with the gun. It was because I was on the phone, and he asked me who I was talking to, and then he said, "You're lying." And he got the scissors, and he, held them like this and said, "You will not call." And that's when he threatened.
At this point in the investigation, we were very anxious to speak with our new suspect, Ron Hare. I was hoping Terry Brown, a local PI, would help us track him down. Hi, Terry. It's Jerry Pellis. It's 10:37 in the morning on Saturday. Give us a call. Waiting to hear from you. We want to know what the plan of attack is today. We hope that also includes Ron Hare. We want to locate him and speak to him if possible. Get back to me. We're at the hotel. We're waiting on you. We're ready to go. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. I mean, here's my thoughts on how maybe we should do the Ron Hare thing. I think we want to keep it as low key as possible. Make a first approach, not with the camera around. And my thought is just Terry and I go out there, go up to the door, and just talk to him.
Does he know that he knows you're doing work for the Heatons, right?
I don't know how he could possibly know I'm not.
Right?
I mean, I have.
So you going up to the door with him, you may as well be right alongside Stuart Heaton.
The problem, though, is that you look like a cop.
Well, I don't know if I look like a cop, because I was a cop at one time, but I don't think I look like a cop.
You might have the best idea that you two, he doesn't know you guys, and it might be a good idea that you go by yourself. If nothing else, if you see that there's a confrontation there that you can't handle, walk away.
What do you think, Bishop?
Yeah, I think it's a good point.
Apparently, Ron Hare had no permanent residence, but we heard he may be staying at a campground outside of town. Looks like one right there.
Okay, that's it.
White cars. We weren't told about a white car. There's somebody. Is there somebody out there? Back up a little bit. I see people moving out there. Yeah, see somebody's outside. They're going back in right now.
This is it. We got no other shot. We got to do this. I don't think there's any choices here.
Well, we're with Court TV. We wanted to speak with Mr. Hare.
He's not here right now. Mr. Hare?
Yes.
Ron Hare?
Yeah, he's not here now.
What time do you expect him?
He should be here later this evening when he gets off work, about 5.
About 5 o'clock? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
You sound like...
Huh?
You sound...
Well, Ron Hare's in his 50s.
Go there and... We have to go maybe one more time just so we can get him to open the door.
Yeah. Yeah, it's us again.
Can we just talk to you for a second?
No, my wife's in here with me. We don't want to be bothered.
Okay, would you mind giving a message to Mr. Hare for us? All right. Basically, we're down here, we're looking into a case of Stuart Heaton. And what we're trying to do is just have 10, 15 minutes with Mr. Hare to get his side of the story.
No,
sir.
not at all. We're trying to get to the truth, just to have people talk about this. I mean, we're just trying to find out what's going on. And his name is being brought.
I'm getting ready to go to work. You come back in 1 hour.
In 1 hour? Okay. Well, thanks very much.
Okay, thanks a lot. We do appreciate it.
That's quite all right.
I am Mr. Hare.
You are.
I am Ronald Hare. And anyone is welcome to my home at any time.
Scott and I finally located our new suspect in Crystal's murder at a trailer park outside of town.
Number 360. This is my home. Kitchen.
Nice and set up.
That's my food. I live a normal life. I eat good. By the way, drug addicts don't eat. I eat every day. Clothes. Oh, one thing you might be interested. Would you be interested in the fact that I'm on pain medication prescribed by my doctor?
Sure.
Does that mean anything to you? I'm on morphine.
Morphine?
Why does everyone say morphine?
Yeah, that's a heavy duty one.
This is what my doctor prescribed for pain for my body, because I live in pain daily because of my injuries from Vietnam. I don't like to take pain medication, but have to take them to help me sleep at night because I'm single. I want you guys to know that I am not anything more than a disabled veteran trying to live a normal life.
Let me ask you, Ron, what's the main way you've made a living since coming back from Vietnam?
I've lived on disability pension all my life, and I've made it work, and it's fine. This country provides very good for me, and I have no complaints.
Did you ever do anything else for income to get additional income, or was it you found that to be enough with a disability pension?
I worked as an undercover drug person. I bought drugs in a controlled manner. It made a bad name for myself in the community. Everyone thought I was a drug person because I was always asking about drugs, because I wanted to know who was manufacturing drugs, who was selling drugs. And when I found out, I told the DC.
Let me ask you, why do you feel that of all the people in this county that Stuart Heaton and his lawyers have decided to focus in on you as the scapegoat?
Well, see, I don't know them people. I don't know why they would point their finger at me other than propaganda and rumors on the street. But I assure you, I have had no involvement with that murder whatsoever.
Do not, because one of the accusations is that you knew Crystal Knapp quite well. And several people said they saw her riding in a white convertible with you in the days immediately prior to the murder.
I don't know Crystal Knapp. I wouldn't know her. When I see her in heaven, I won't know her. And to my knowledge, she was never in my car.
Did you know Crystal's brother, Curtis Knapp?
No.
You know anything about the murder? How many times this girl was stabbed? Did you ever hear about that?
No.
This girl was stabbed 81 times.
Oh my God.
With a scissor? Coming to someone.
Oh, scissors.
Scissors, yeah. Did you know that?
No, I thought it was a knife.
A knife?
Yeah. In Vietnam, we used knives. We didn't use scissors.
Well, it sounds like this person grabbed what was ever around and just used it.
Well, it's from the talk on the streets, I understand this was a drug person that he manufactured and sold drugs. And I understand that there was a money that she owed him, that he got upset with the situation, and he killed her.
Did you ever kill her?
That I killed people fighting in common.
Did it bother you when you killed someone?
No, not then. I was to kill people by my country. I was trained to do that, but I don't do it in this country, of course. But that's what I did overseas.
Did you ever hurt anyone in this country?
No.
No weapon? Did you ever use a weapon to hurt someone?
No. No.
A scissor? A knife?
No.
Anything?
No. I've never approached anyone but scissors of all things and a knife or a gun. No, I've just been a normal person.
What kind of person would do this? What kind of person would kill a young girl like that and stab her that many times?
I feel that it would be a person that was mentally unbalanced at that moment. If it was only just for a moment, for some reason, he felt inside himself that he had to hurt this girl for whatever reason it might have been. I don't know the honest answer to what that reason was. I've heard rumors that it was because of drugs and money, but I'm not positive. But I feel that the person that injured and killed that girl was mentally unbalanced at that very moment.
And you wouldn't do that?
No, I would not.
You wouldn't do that?
I would never harm a lady, and I never have.
Never?
Never.
Ever?
Never. I have never harmed a lady ever in my life. I've been falsely accused of something I didn't do. It would be nice to get a public apology. I don't know if that's possible. But I am not a killer. I am an American and proud of it. And if there's any Americans out there that need me, here I am. I'm ready to help.
Speechless. After finally speaking with Ron Hare, the man rumored to be involved in the killing of Crystal Knapp, Scott and I were pretty amazed.
Just wave goodbye. You know what? Like they say, there's two sides to every story, and then there's the truth. And boy, I don't think we're getting too much of the truth over there.
We know he got nailed for stabbing a guy down in Florida. He said he'd never picked up a knife.
Right.
We thought his ex-wife was saying that he used to beat the hell out of her.
Yeah. I mean, we were getting lied to by one of the best. And we really may never know the truth. I mean, it's years later, whatever evidence is around is gone.
Right.
His truck, his brother's truck is gone. No record of it. There's nothing left.
Right. They so screwed up the investigation. They can't go back and do the investigation, a real investigation, 8 years later.
Over. The trail is gone. Trucks are gone.
Yeah.
I didn't understand why the police never investigated Ron Hare. Was it simply police incompetence? Or was it something more sinister? Did it have something to do with the fact that Ron Hare was a drug informant for the state police? We were on our way to see the prosecutor again, hoping to get some answers.
Can you explain to us why you so quickly ruled out Ron and Rick Hare and their pickup truck? Because we understand that very quickly on, people were talking about the Hare brothers.
Yes, what the calling was the sheriff at the time was familiar and had just seen that particular Hare vehicle that you're talking about either the day before the murder or the day of the murder. And it had a large crack in the windshield from one end to the other. And based upon that, we eliminated that vehicle of the Hares being the vehicle in question here.
The sheriff ruled out the Hare brothers because there was a crack in the windshield? Did they ever speak to Ron Hare, the police?
Case. I'm sorry, I do not know. I don't recall.
If I took a picture of Heaton's vehicle, a white vehicle, like you said they did, and I took a picture of the Hare's vehicle and threw it down on the table, what would that person do? They see two white trucks. Would they be confused?
You have to do it. Find out. Oh, sure, it's possible.
Don't you think the police should have done a lot more with the Hare brothers? Looked at them a little harder?
No.
Really?
No.
I think they did. I think they dropped the ball big time on this case.
Okay. It's Stuart Heaton.
Did you ever hear that Curtis may have been involved with the Hare brothers?
I mean, that has never been told me before, that he was, you're saying he had drug dealings with Ron Hare?
It's possible.
Those are the rumors.
Well,
a lot of rumors like that. Well, these things that should have been brought to your attention. I mean, I don't know what police would here.
Had you heard stories that in the days just prior to the murder, that Ron Hare was seen driving around town with Crystal Nab?
Yes, the police, yes. And I can't recall, there was a report to that effect. The police could not, they investigated and they could not confirm that that was the case at all.
Where are these reports? Where is it
reports?
That police investigated something?
I don't know if they made reports on or not. I don't know.
How could they not make a report in a murder investigation?
A report should have been made. I mean, I agree with that. I don't know.
Does this sound shabby to you? Does it?
No.
No?
No.
You can sit there and say it doesn't sound shabby to you?
No.
Really? That paperwork for these guys is not around? It sounds very suspicious to me.
No. I mean, yeah, it may to you, it doesn't to me. That's just, I was a prosecutor here in many cases. There probably should have been reports, but there weren't. That's just the way it was done.
Well, this is no little light case. This is a heavy-duty homicide case. A girl that's gone, 16 years old, 81 times gone, dead. Families never see their daughter again, never become a mother. You know, I just can't see how these guys didn't do more to overturn every rock and look under every rock. I think they would have found a lot more. A lot more. By the time we left town, it was pretty clear to us that Heaton had been denied his fair shake in the case. The investigation and trial gave us few good answers and raised a lot of questions about other suspects. But we, at least, were convinced that Stuart Heaton was probably the wrong man.
You said at the very beginning that you try not to spend a lot of time talking about that day or thinking about that day. Yeah. Why is that?
Every day you look at the wire, you see the gun towers, you see everything, you know, where you're at, in the environment you're at. If you think about this every day, you just go mad. You just get hostile. You get angry, and you can't survive like that. I think about my wife, I think about my son, I think about what I want to do. Throughout my whole life, without exception, I've known what I've wanted. I wanted a wife, I wanted children, I wanted a job that I can make a living, and a home. And that's what I was doing out there. And I still want that.
True TV, not reality, actuality. Terrible crime. A little body was found right here.
A young girl is murdered.
We have to find out the truth. Did you kill Sarah Jerry?
We all believe that if we found the truck, we would find her.
A killer sent away for the rest of his life.
Your truck is here, the body's here, and you come out of the woods over here.
No evidence I found his truck. I doubt very seriously if he walked 2 to 3 miles from here.
16 years later, some say the police got the wrong man.
I swear to God, I did not take that girl's life. You got a 12-year-old girl missing late at night, and you don't detain this guy? What's wrong with that picture?
Tom, hi. Any new information?
My name is Jerry Palace. I'm a private investigator and a former detective with the New York City Police Department.
He's taken into custody at 8:30 p.m., right?
8:30 p.m.
Court TV has asked me and my partner, former NYPD homicide detective Reggie Britt, to help investigate a controversial murder case. At 3 p.m. on July 6, 1988, police were called to a house in Bowdoin, Maine. A woman had come home from work to find her baby asleep in her crib. But Sarah Cherry, the 12-year-old babysitter she had hired, was nowhere to be found. Police searched the area and found a notebook and a car repair estimate at the foot of the driveway. Both appeared to belong to a person named Dennis DeShane. By 9:30 p.m., there was still no sign of Sarah. But as the police circled the area, they came across a young man who claimed he'd been fishing and had gotten lost in the woods and couldn't find his truck. That man was Dennis DeShane. 2 days later, searchers found the body of Sarah Cherry. It was deep in the woods, 3 miles from the house where she had been babysitting. DeShane's truck was found just 150 yards away. At trial, the prosecution was able to show that the girl had been bound with rope and a scarf that came from DeShane's truck. And though there were no witnesses to the abduction or murder, it took a jury less than 10 hours to find the defendant guilty. He was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. DeShane has always denied any involvement in the murder, and now his defense team says they have the evidence to prove it.
They're going to let us look at all the evidence from the crime scene. They're going to let us look at the evidence from the truck, the rope and everything.
He was doing in the woods the day Sarah Cherry disappeared, taking drugs.
But why was Dennis, he's got a 50-acre farm. You know, if I'm going to do drugs, I'm probably going to stick close to home. Well, you don't want his wife to know. His wife just got on his case about it.
We drove to Maine State Prison, a maximum security facility where Dennis DeShane has spent the last 17 years behind bars. Plenty of parole. This could be where he'll spend the rest of his life.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
So you know what I want you to do now? I want that day. Back to the day.
We're talking July 6, 1988. I went basically wandering around the Bowdoin woods, found my truck, and I did drugs. And when the sun started going down, I thought it was time to go home, and I couldn't remember how I'd gotten in there. I was wandering around trying to find my truck, and this old couple happened upon me. They said, "Can we help you? You lost?" A half hour, 45 minutes into the search for my truck, we happened on a police cruiser, sheriff's car, and we flagged them down, and I jumped in with them, and that's when my nightmare began.
Were you still high?
Oh, I was, yes, very much so. And it was terrifying. They start asking me questions and, I mean, getting in my face, yelling and screaming, that type of thing. This went on, and they brought in a state police detective. And then he said, are you willing, when we find your truck, are you willing to let us have it to do an analysis? He says, well, if Sarah Cherry has been in your truck, we will know. I said, well, by all means, take the truck. Okay, they held me there another hour or so, and then they took me home. The next day, they show up in the morning. Cops show up in my yard with a search warrant.
So basically, except for the drugs, you were basically a good kid?
That was my problem. That was my mistress. If you look at how things were going in my life, you know, business-wise, and finally getting to a point where we had to have accountants tell us to spend money to keep the government from getting it. We were doing well.
If you didn't do it, if you didn't murder this little girl, then who did?
Somebody who knew her. I'm convinced of that. This was Sarah Cherry's first babysitting job. She had been asked by her mom not to let anybody into the house that she didn't know, and if anybody showed up in the driveway, to call her. She never called her mother.
Let me ask you something. Did you kill Sarah Cherry?
Absolutely not. I did not kill Sarah Cherry. And for that matter, I've never hurt anybody in my life.
Well-rehearsed guy.
I couldn't read him.
Very, very hard to read. It's just a strange coincidence to me. Some little girl is missing right over here. My car happens to be found right by her body, but you can't find it. I don't know, that's still, that's a hell of a coincidence.
That night, we drove to the town of Waterville to meet with Michaela Murphy, the defense attorney who took over the case in 2003. We asked her for her account of the Shane story.
He was lost in the woods, and he came out of the woods. He was exhausted, and he started making statements to the police that did not add up and did not make sense because he was terrified that they were going to find out that he'd been in the woods shooting up drugs.
I mean, they found rope from his car. They had some things that supposedly fell out of his truck at the abduction scene. I mean, it sounds kind of overwhelming. You'll agree to that,
absolutely.
right?
I certainly don't fault them at all for focusing on him. Once somebody's charged, the investigation stops and the search for truth stops. And at that point, there's a major shift in everything that's going on the law enforcement side, which is now we have to make our case and we have to convict the guy.
Do we have any DNA evidence about this guy?
After trial's over, the appeals are lost. The state of Maine lab determined that the DNA that was under the victim's fingernails is male DNA. And that male DNA is not Dennis DeShane's DNA.
So this guy's out there.
That's the part of it that I think is really hard for the state of Maine to even think about, because if Dennis DeShane is found not guilty, this monster is out there and they're responsible for that.
Very long way to go on this guy.
I have a different, going there, I felt that Dennis could be the guy. After speaking with her, she made a lot of sense to me about a lot of things, and now I have more of an open mind towards Dennis that maybe he could be the wrong.
He could be the wrong guy.
They brought the tracking dog. Now, if the lab couldn't find any trace of this girl, and the dog couldn't find any trace of the girl, she wasn't in that track.
On July 8th, 1988, police found Sarah Cherry's body. According to the testimony of Dr. Ronald Roy, the Maine State Medical Examiner, Sarah had already been dead for roughly 36 to 48 hours. But when Reggie reviewed the autopsy photos, he found something that didn't mesh.
She couldn't have been dead too long after they found her. It had to be within 8 to 10 hours because, remember, you're looking at a white girl.
Right.
Female white.
Pink.
Pink.
Yeah.
She couldn't have been dead that long.
Reggie thought that the autopsy photos showed a lack of lividity, the darkening of the skin that appears when blood pools up a few hours after death. If Reggie was right, then Sarah Cherry wasn't killed until after Duchesne was already in police custody. We tracked down the ME to see what he had to say. He had moved to Canada after the trial.
Hello? Yes, hi, I'm looking for Dr. Ronald Roy.
That's me.
How do you do, Dr. Roy? This is Jerry from Court TV. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not going to be dealing with you at all, Jerry. I'm not going to talk to anybody about this case. I'm going to hang up now. Bye.
You really have nothing?
Well, that sounds encouraging.
He says, I'm not going to talk to anybody about my past history? Is that what he said?
I mean, that guy cut me off so damn fast. I don't know what he said. He just didn't want to talk about it. Sounds like he's running.
It's not that
he's got something to hide.
We tried Dr. Roy a few more times, but he never did get back to us. More than ever, Reggie and I needed answers.
Those are the official autopsy crime scene photos. Looking at those pictures.
You're just out of homicide, so you know.
Yeah, he made a big mistake. The body was too fresh. It couldn't have been 36, 40 hours old. It couldn't have been. It was too fresh. No lividity in the body.
Yeah, they found the body a little after 12 on the 8th. But now that takes Dennis out of the picture.
We headed off to see the house where Sarah Cherry was abducted from.
It's a rural area. Look at it.
Very rural.
Nothing. You know, they do the simple things like canvas, right?
Canvas the whole
Canvas
area.
the area.
Populated area, and we wondered what steps the police took to search for witnesses.
Did anybody see anything? Anybody?
He set out to write a book.
He asked early on to have his DNA checked. Did you ever hear the guilty guy wants his DNA checked before the trial? And asking the state too, which the police never told anybody. They brought the tracking dog. And they had the tracking dog smell Sarah Cherry's clothing, cab of the truck. Now, if the lab couldn't find any trace of this girl, and the dog couldn't find any trace of the girl, the hairs on her body have been incinerated by the state. The fingerprints that were found on the door of the house where she was abducted.
Rape test kit.
The rape test kit has been incinerated.
And what about the items from his truck that was on the driveway?
Well, that's the funny thing. Now, there was 100 Kleenex, bottle caps, a beer bottle, a book, items, and out of that, the only 2 to fall out had his name on it. That's a pretty big coincidence.
Didn't they take a blood from Dennis?
That's what I understand. They've lost that too.
What happened to that?
They've lost it.
What about this confession that they obtained?
Okay, Detective Westrom was from the Saginaw County Sheriff's Office. He had been a detective for 2 days at the time. And he says that after he fingerprinted Dennis, that Dennis was bawling and crying, and he wrote down a lot of things he claims Dennis said. And the worst thing he wrote down was Dennis said, "How could I kill her?" And then he crosses out, "How could?" You can see this on his notes, in his own handwriting. And he writes above it, "Why did?" So he changed "How could I kill her?" into "Why did I kill her?"
This doesn't paint a good picture about the government here, or the state police, or the Attorney General's office.
There was another suspect named Senecal. Senecal had married the former wife of Sarah Cherry's stepfather. So Senecal knew her. I tried to check it out and it fell apart. He had no alibi.
Is there any doubt in your mind at this point that Dennis Duchesne is the wrong man?
Well, look, people make mistakes. People lie. People do anything. Science doesn't lie. Science has no axe to grind.
You're on a mission, huh?
Hey, I spent 25 years putting bad guys in, and I'm finding out it's taken me 15 years to get one guy out.
There was no confessions. There was no videotape confessions. There were no written confessions. But he read into the trial that he confessed, and apparently one of those detectives are reading from their notes a confession.
I mean, from being in New York, a lot of times you'll either get the guy to write a statement out, or you'll call a district attorney, a stenographer comes down, they videotape the confession. Here, none of that was done.
Up to this point, Neither the police nor the prosecutor would agree to meet with us. And what we would find out the next day led us to doubt the entire police investigation.
You got a 12-year-old girl missing late at night. You got this guy lying about who he is and where he was. And you don't detain this guy? Picture.
3 months after DeShane's arrest, state psychologists questioned him about crime in a taped interview. And it was that interview that the prosecutor later pointed to as proof of DeShane's guilt.
Are you aware that the video camera is on and a videotape? The tape is being made of this interview right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When I think back on it now, I guess what really shocked me was when I first saw the picture of the girl in the newspaper. You know, that really made me feel like it isn't possible that I could be involved in this.
But Reggie and I watched the whole tape, and we didn't see even the slightest hint of a confession. At this point, the allegations against the police were shocking. Lost blood tests, a destroyed rape kit, made-up confessions, and other suspects that were never investigated. But that was only one side of the story. Problem was, neither the police nor the prosecutor would tell us the other side.
I mean, there may be a lot of things here that can be complete inaccuracies. That he could straighten out and say, listen, this is the way it is. That's the way it was, you know? And the other big thing I want to ask this guy is about the rape test kits. Why was Dennis's blood test sample destroyed?
Let him tell a story from his standpoint. Mark Westrom, the first detective on the scene that night, wouldn't even return my calls.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Sheriff Mark Westrom. Please leave a message and I'll call you back as soon as I can. Thanks.
Hi, Sheriff Westrom. This is Jerry Palace again from Court TV. I'd appreciate a phone call back, please. It's very important that I speak with you about the Dennis DeShane case. Make a right turn. There it is, courthouse, right?
We decided to just head over to his office to see if we could track him down.
I'm looking for Sheriff Mark Westrom.
But Westrom was nowhere to be found.
Nobody's around. Nobody in there.
Finally, we were told that we could find the sheriff at his other office across town.
Well,
great. Thank you very much.
That's what she said.
But when we got there, we were told that he had gone down to Portland for the day.
Guys return phone calls. Come here, he's in Portland. Jerry, like hell he's in Portland. He knows we're around, we're probably not going away.
You know, we heard one side so far, basically.
Drive my truck. What would be the answer?
Probably would not have let him take his truck.
Maybe he was closer to taking off his back.
Perhaps I should have been.
What do you think about Dennis DeShane? You think he's the guy?
I do. I do, only because, well, you know, the throwing out these theories that he was set up. You know, I find it awfully hard to believe that this man was set up by anybody.
So it's no doubt in your mind.
I have no doubt that Dennis DeShane is where he belongs.
You got a 12-year-old girl missing late at night. You know she ain't with none of her girlfriends. You got this guy lying about who he is and where he was, and his receipts found with his name on it in the driveway of where the girl was abducted from.
Right.
And you don't detain this guy? What's wrong with the picture?
We got to go to all. We got this guy Dennis. Are there any other sexual predators that we know about in the area? This guy, what is his name? Doug
Senegal.
Doug Senegal, right? Yeah. I mean, what about that? What about those guys? I don't know. It sounds like somebody's dropping the ball here.
Doug Senecal lived in the Bodenham area. His daughter was friends with Sarah Cherry.
You're kidding?
No.
We were getting nowhere with the prosecution, so we turned our attention to finding out more about Dennis DeShane. The youngest of four brothers, DeShane had grown up near the Canadian border in the small town of Madawaska, Maine. By the time he was 14, both of Dennis's parents had died, which was when, according to Dennis, he turned to drugs. Two of Dennis's brothers, Phil and Don, drove down from Madawaska to meet with us. They said they had information that could prove that their brother was innocent.
Dennis is the type of guy who would always put the other guy ahead of him.
Let me ask you, is it possible do drugs like amphetamine or something else that may have made your brother go over the edge?
Well, for a while that was an issue, but according to a couple psychiatrists and people that we have consulted since, the answer was no. I wouldn't change his behavior. It says it might make him a little disoriented, but not change his behavior.
It's not your brother. There's somebody out there. Who is it? Does the family or anyone have ideas?
We have ideas.
Yeah.
But
you have a name?
It's. I mean,
your brother's in jail.
My brother's in jail.
You're trying to help your brother get out of jail.
Yeah.
Is there somebody?
I would suspect Doug Senecal. Strongly.
What would you like us to ask Doug Senecal?
Is that his DNA underneath Sarah's fingernails?
DeShane's brothers also told us about a witness named Ralph Jones. Allegedly, Jones had information that Senecal was in the area the same day Sarah Cherry was abducted. Not all the way across town like Senecal had told the police. He even gave Dennis's trial lawyer a sworn statement. In it, Jones says, "There's no question in my mind that it was Doug Senecal's truck that I saw at the end of my driveway." If Jones was telling the truth, it blew Senecal's alibi out of the water. But the prosecution did everything possible to keep Jones or anyone else with information about Senecal from testifying at Dennis's trial.
He knew her. Dennis didn't even know her. How would Dennis know she was at that house? She didn't live there. Yeah. But he knew her. Senecal knew her. What did you say, son? Dennis didn't even know the girl.
From what we had learned about DeShane, he didn't seem like the type of person to commit such a horrible crime. So we sent our case files to an old colleague named Ray Pierce.
If we have any further questions...
Ray was a criminal profiler for the NYPD and had received his training from the FBI. It would take Ray a couple of days to review everything, so in the meantime, we focused on tracking down Doug Senecal. Originally, we figured that he's the kind of guy that would stay local. But now we were hearing that he might have left the state.
Tom. Nice, Jerry Palace. How are you, buddy?
Tom Cumler is a local private investigator who's been working with Dennis's attorney.
Meet you in a parking lot, right?
Great. He agreed to meet with us to share what he knew about Senecal.
Doug Senecal lived in the Bodenham area where Sarah Cherry was murdered. He was involved in a situation with his daughter. He was charged with molesting his daughter.
His own daughter?
His own daughter.
You're kidding.
No. And before, his daughter was friends with Sarah Cherry. Before he can be brought to trial for the sex offense, he sends his daughter to California so that she can't tell. The state ends up dropping the charges. I attempted to interview him down in Florida last year, and I, in fact, did interview him over the telephone.
Is that where he is right now?
He is in Florida right now.
You got his address?
I have his address. I can give it to you. He was going to hang up on me initially, and he said that I was the first person he had spoken to about this, that he'd slammed the door many times on different reporters. He's very paranoid and very irrational. He's aware that most of his family thinks he did this.
Really? His own family?
Yeah. And I said, well, give me your DNA, and you know it's not you. And you can lay this in front of your family. You can have it printed in the local newspapers and names, so people up here now know that you're not the person. I said, I'm not doing that, because Dennis's attorneys had my DNA for a long time, and I know he's planted it.
He actually said that.
He said that.
You think we'll be able to talk to him in the trailer park?
I hope
He said he was a little erratic.
Strange. Maybe you talk to him. Looks like we're going to Florida.
The allegations against Doug Senecal were starting to pile up. And now that we knew he was in Florida, it was time to head south and talk to him ourselves.
Mr. Senecal, how do you do? My name is Jerry Palace. I'm a reporter of Court TV.
Ten months into our investigation, we're having our doubts as to whether Dennis could have committed this crime. According to his team, the key to freeing Dennis was underneath Sarah Cherry's fingernails.
It's beautiful. Better than snow. 70 degrees. Yep. Good. How are you?
After arriving in Florida, we spent the morning talking with Deshane's attorney and private investigator. They believe that if they can get a sample of Senecal's DNA, they'll prove their client's innocence once and for all.
Maybe if we tell them, listen, we'll either get you directly in touch with the district attorney's office. They can do the test. If you want, we'll do it. As Court TV, totally impartial, you know? All I want to see is get this moved from A to B and tested.
Do we have a picture of him somewhere?
Doug Senecal.
There he is. Doug Senecal.
At the time of Sarah Cherry's abduction, Senecal was reportedly working. Earlier that year, he was indicted on 2 counts of sexual contact with his own stepdaughters. Had his case gone to trial, one of the witnesses against him might have been 12-year-old Sarah Cherry.
Just a couple mosquitoes off that pond over there. Looks all right. All right. I don't see no dog, so that's something that looks all right. I haven't heard anything barking yet. What's the number? Right?
Probably that one.
Yeah, that's gotta be it.
That looked like somebody from there.
What's that, Doug? It's on here somewhere.
Nobody was home at Senecal's house.
Come back. We'll get that.
We circled the area for a few hours, hoping he'd show up. Finally, we decided to call.
Is it ringing? Yeah, answer machine came on. He's probably working. Let's try a little later on.
There were a lot of things pointing to Dennis Deshane's involvement. His admitted use of drugs, the proximity of his truck to the body, his documents found in the driveway, and the scarf from his truck used to strangle the victim. But so far, Reggie and I were finding more and more holes in the prosecution's case, and the reasonable doubt was starting to pile up. What if somebody set him up using the items from his truck to commit the murder? What if Dennis was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time?
This guy, if it takes all night, we're gonna find out. That's right. Let's get some coffee, huh?
Reggie and I drove by Senecal's house later that night, but there still was no sign of him.
Like too much. These friggin' dogs over here. Damn.
We kept calling, but only got his answering machine. Then our luck changed. Hello, Doug Senecal, please. Ms. Senecal, how do you do? My name is Jerry Palace. I'm a reporter with Court TV. I was wondering if I could speak to you. It's about Dennis DeShane case. You remember that? Well, what about it is that, obviously you know that people have been pointing a finger at you. Nothing to say. I mean, wouldn't you like to put these stories all to rest? For what reason? For your own good name. I mean, you have nothing to hide, right? So you had to go down saying, I have nothing to say. Why would you do that? Senecal was pretty angry and said that if we stepped foot on his property, by you not coming forward, sounds like.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Yeah. I think he hung up.
Jeez, he is paranoid.
He doesn't want to say anything. I mean, that's it. Dennis DeShane, not him. To me, it sounds like he's almost hiding something. He says, if we come there, step onto his property, go up the stairs, whatever, we'll call the police. The law will be here.
He's paranoid.
And he wasn't a happy camper. There's no way this guy's going to talk. We tried Senecal a few more times, but we weren't able to convince him to speak with us. But just as Reggie and I were about to get some dinner, Ray Pierce, our criminal profiler, called.
We've been doing a lot of running around. So, what do you think?
Ray had looked at all the evidence we had sent him and was ready to give us his opinion.
One person that did this without a doubt.
Okay.
Right now, I can't tell you anything better than he's probably over the age of 19. And here is someone time to really take her into the woods. So you're talking about someone at that time who was in pretty good physical condition.
So a strong guy. Ray, I can ask you, do you think this happened before? Was this a first time for somebody like this? Because it did look, like this guy had done it before to me.
Yeah, I don't know if he fits that category. With a young child like that, there are usually other activities. Guys stalking, peeping Tom. See, a person like this generally is kind of withdrawn. Loner, not to say that he can't be married. If you stay away from that type of person.
What Ray was saying was that DeShane didn't fit the profile. And he also had some advice. If we really wanted to be sure about DeShane, we should go back to the prison and interview him again. But this time hit him hard, just like the cops did in the woods that night.
And we're forgetting the main person here. This girl that was murdered. Do you remember her?
Yes.
What was done to her?
The picture.
At the suggestion of our criminal profiler, we headed back to Maine to meet with Dennis one more time. It was to go at Dennis hard, just like the cops did the night Sarah Cherry disappeared. Here you are in a police car, the back of a police car. You're being interviewed.
And you're the only lead they got at 9 o'clock at night, connecting them to this little girl. How did you expect them to question you?
Well, they grilled me pretty much the way you are now, except a little more amplified, in such a fashion that I was in fear of my life.
Why didn't you say, you're a grown man, I'm going home?
How am I getting home? They're accusing me of being involved in the disappearance of this girl, and I felt I had set it straight, so I did my level best.
Dennis, you're not being honest with us.
I am being honest.
No, you're
with
not.
you. I was getting high. That's what I was hiding. I didn't want to tell them I was getting high.
Dennis, we're getting fed a lot of bull over here, and we're forgetting the main person here. This girl that was murdered. You remember her?
Yes.
What was done to her?
Take a picture.
Huh? Do you remember? Do you know what was done to her?
Yes, I do.
Who did it?
I've never harmed the person in my
Christ's
life.
sakes.
I've never harmed a person in my life.
Look at this girl, Dennis. Look at this girl. You took her life.
I didn't have anything to do with this. Say what you want.
What kind of person would do this to this little girl? What kind of
A
person?
goddamn monster, and I'm not.
Monster? You're not that monster?
No, Sarah Cherry. I've never seen her before in my life.
You killed her.
And you're sorely mistaken. So
I'm not sorely
I guess we're
mistaken.
done here, right?
Take it easy, Dennis. Hey, you know what? These guys are test. I don't want nobody getting out of these places that may have killed someone.
Dennis had passed our test, and after nearly a year of investigation, we concluded that he very possibly could be the wrong man.
They didn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Other people they could have looked at, and they didn't. I mean, you want to see this guy's involved in this murder, yet they don't do the simple things. That's something they should have done. I think that's police work 101.
They did a horrible job. The Attorney General's office, the state police, and the local police. He definitely deserves another trial.
We got one vicious killer out there who really should be behind bars.
Dennis DeShane has spent the last 17 years behind bars. And unless something major happens in this hearing coming up next fall, he'll probably spend the rest of his life there. We weren't completely convinced that Doug Senecal had anything to do with this crime. But one thing we did know was that Dennis didn't get a fair trial. The prosecution blocked evidence of other potential suspects, presented half-truths to the jury, and opposed DNA testing during the trial. We think that if the jury had heard all of the evidence, DeShane very well could be a free man today.
I kill somebody, I want to hide the body. They wanted it to be found.
She was charged with suffocating her 6-year-old daughter.
An unspeakable crime.
And the monster, Taylor says, right into this place.
The killer sent away for the rest of her life.
You didn't smother her. Drive to a deserted road.
It doesn't look like anybody's here.
Hello! And if you were allowed to testify,
She probably never would have been convicted.
a mother searches for the truth from behind prison walls.
Do you know who murdered Taylor?
I think I do, yes.
My name is Jerry Palace. I'm a former NYPD detective. Court TV asked me and my partner, fellow NYPD detective Reggie Brett, to look into the 1991 murder of 6-year-old Taylor Farguson. The murder has sparked controversy in Georgia, igniting claims that the wrong person is behind bars. You have some time now? I want to talk to you about the Farguson case. On a Sunday evening in June 1991, the child's mother, Teresa Farguson, says she took her daughter to a grocery store in Macon, Georgia. According to Teresa, a few minutes later, she realized that Taylor was missing, and she began searching the store. With no sign of her daughter, Teresa became frantic and asked an employee for help. The police were called in, and about an hour later, Taylor was found dead by the side of a road in a rural area about 6 miles away from the store. The investigation dragged on, and over a year later, the police announced that finally they had a suspect. When it was all over, Teresa Farguson was found guilty of murdering her daughter and sentenced to life in prison. To this day, Farguson insists that she's innocent and is the victim of a police department cover-up meant to protect one of their own, a former Macon cop, who Farguson says is the real killer. She may be the wrong person, but we won't know till we get there. If Teresa's claims are true, then an innocent woman is behind bars and a child killer is out walking the streets. We went down to Georgia to see if we could find out the truth once and for all.
Well, from what we know, there wasn't too much physical evidence, if any.
This happened in June 1991.
Right.
This girl wasn't arrested until
It was like a year and a half later. So this guy's an appeals attorney, right? Finley?
Yes, he is.
He's the appeals attorney.
First stop was in Atlanta suburb. We wanted to talk to Drew Finley, Teresa Farguson's lawyer.
We'll have to find out from him what he's got. And,
yeah, he should clear a lot of this.
This is the beginning of the journey.
I want you to give us the facts of the case.
Okay.
How this happened to Teresa.
June 9th of 1991, Teresa Farguson went home with her 6-year-old daughter, Taylor, at approximately 9 o'clock in the evening. She gathered her daughter up and took her to a Kroger, a grocery store. She lost contact with her, started running around the aisles looking for her, and started calling out her name. Immediately, people came to her aid. They started looking. She was not found. Approximately 11 o'clock that night, she was found on a service road on the side of a highway. A deputy coroner showed up. He immediately said, Taylor's been dead from sometime between 7 and 9. All attention was drawn to Teresa Farguson at that time. Given that she had been at the Kroger sometime past 9, she immediately became a suspect in the case.
Okay, so she becomes a suspect at that point?
For 9.5 months, she was not arrested. For 9.5 months, there was no evidence found to support that she had anything to do with this death. And what do we have? We've got a woman that, as far as I'm concerned, is sitting in jail for the remainder of her natural life, who's innocent. And how anybody in law enforcement and how anybody in prosecution can go to sleep at night knowing what they've done is atrocious.
In the summer of 1980, Teresa Farguson moved to Georgia from her hometown of Talladega, Alabama. A few years later, she met Charlie Farguson. The couple married in February 1984, and 10 months later, Taylor was born. When they divorced in 1990, Teresa took sole custody of Taylor and decided to stay in Macon so that Taylor could be near her father for weekend visitations.
Hello, Mr. Charles Farguson, please. Ms. Farguson, how do you do? This is Jerry Palace from Court TV. Okay, I was wondering if it'd be possible to come see you
we wanted to speak to you since you're her ex-husband and father of. Right.
Charlie didn't want to talk to us on camera, but he did say that he thought the right person was behind bars.
You had stood behind her, but then you changed when, for some reason.
When he took the stand at Teresa's trial, it was evident why he turned against his ex-wife.
And you were convinced that Teresa did it.
Tetris test, didn't she?
No, she didn't.
I believe she did.
No, she did not. Is that what the police told you?
She told me at the gravesite.
She told you at the gravesite?
Teresa did. Yeah.
Okay, Rich, this is it. This is the progress.
It was Teresa's second trip to the store that day, a fact that heightened the suspicions of the police.
This is the same time of night. 10 o'clock.
This is a big
That's
store.
a full time.
People go to this place.
I mean, look, people going in, the cars are moving in and out of it.
On the first trip, she says she purchased the ingredient from scratch. But when it got too late, she claimed she changed her mind and returned to the store in order to buy a ready-made dish instead.
Within an hour's time, some woman discovers the body, short distance from here. You know what? Let's go take a look at that. Let's go to the crime scene.
Okay. According to the prosecution's theory, the second trip to the Kroger that night was nothing more than an attempt. They theorized that she killed Taylor between 8:30 and 10 p.m. in her home, and then drove to the outskirts of town and dumped the body on the side of the road.
This is it. I get an eerie feeling. Huh?
Oh, man.
Thick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is it. Look at this.
Somebody opens the door, just puts the body down right there. Takes it out of off this front seat, back seat, whatever, and puts the kid right down.
The light shines on this part of the road. It's not even, 4 to 5 feet from the pavement.
I ask myself, why didn't this person just take the body? You're leaving it here to be found, right?
Yeah,
you're not looking to hide anything.
If they wanted to, they should have taken it a little further.
Right. I mean, it wouldn't take that long to put a body into the woods. This is a deserted road.
They wanted it to be found. But maybe not that quick. They wanted her to be found.
Yeah.
Man,
let's get out of here.
Makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up, something like this.
There's a police officer who had been following us.
I mean, do you think he had something to do with it?
I do, yes.
Teresa Ferguson was sent to prison in 1993, and her first shot at parole was denied in late 2000. If she had taken a plea bargain she was offered before trial, she would have been out by now. Instead, it looks like Washington State Prison, a maximum security facility in eastern Georgia, is where she'll spend the rest of her life.
Prior to this happening, she seemed to be a normal all-American person, working good jobs, trying to raise a kid.
I mean, I don't know if she's guilty or innocent, but coming here, I always like to think that, as far as I'm concerned, they're guilty because they've been proved guilty.
The court of law.
Right. Now I want her to convince us otherwise. We'll hear what she has to say to us. I want you to take us back. Tell us about that day.
We went to the beach and spent the day at the beach. We had gone to a one of the little self-serve car cleaning areas to get the sand out of my car. I was vacuuming out the trunk, and she came up and handed me this beat-up teddy bear and asked me, could she keep him? The policeman had given them to her. That's when all of it started, and it's only been recently that we found out actually what happened.
What happened?
As far as we can tell, there's a police officer, a former police officer now, who had been following us. I didn't know it at the time.
Is he the same police officer that gave your daughter that teddy bear?
He has admitted that, yes, sir.
Did you ever see him? Like, did she say, there he is, Mommy? Did you want to see who gave this to your daughter?
I didn't see anybody. There was no one dressed as a police officer. There was no police car.
When you refer to this police officer, are you familiar with his name or who he is?
James Glover.
James Glover.
I mean, do you think he had something to do with it?
I do, yes.
You do?
You really do. Let's go back to the night at the store when your daughter's missing. What happens?
We went down. through the parking lot into the store. Children not really paying much attention. The deli section, I turned around to say something to her and she just wasn't there.
What's going through your mind? Your daughter's missing. How did you feel?
I was afraid. I was afraid for her.
Did you murder Taylor?
No.
Was it you?
No.
So those people that say you're guilty, what do you tell them?
What's happened to me is irrelevant, but the person who did this needs to be punished. That's what I want to see done. That's what gets me through every day.
Well, what do you think?
She doesn't have me totally convinced yet.
Yeah, I feel like that too because, tears.
I didn't like her eye contact.
Right, I know, a lot of downtime. Yeah.
You think they were cracking about tears there?
Could have been, I've seen this. Maybe there's another side to this woman.
So we have to look for a motive.
Macon is a fairly small and tight-knit community. And when the trial of Teresa Ferguson got underway, the townspeople were suddenly faced with the question of whether a mother could be capable of murdering her own daughter.
When you wake up in the middle of the night, you had a nightmare. You turn to your mama, stole you, be there for you. Taylor couldn't do it because the nightmare was real and the monster was her mama.
At the time, the Primes was a young assistant in the district attorney's office. Today, he's the DA. Was there anything that she said to the police or to anyone that made her look like a suspect or she acted funny?
She never acted like a grieving mother, if you know what I mean. She seemed to be upset, but she was upset that she was a suspect. She wanted to know what the evidence was and if that evidence indicated that she had done it, more so than she seemed to be concerned about the fact that her daughter was dead.
Were you looking at any other suspects in this case?
The police went out and started interviewing people from the store. That was where they started. Nobody at the store ever saw this child come in that night. And in fact, there was a witness who saw Teresa Ferguson come through the door alone. And he testified in the trial that the daughter was not with her.
Was the husband ever a suspect?
No. The husband's whereabouts were fairly ironcladly accounted for. And I believe he was at work that night. The boyfriend was somewhere else.
Was he ever a suspect?
No, he was never a suspect. She had talked to the boyfriend earlier that night. They had a fairly extended phone call. It lasted almost 20 minutes. And what I suspect and what we argued at trial was that the two of them had an argument. And he hooked. My position was that she was trying to get back through and she was trying to get Taylor to go to bed. Taylor wouldn't go to bed. She kept frustration just built and built and built until to take it out on, and she grabbed her with the blanket. She suffocated her.
They had a tap on her
Yes.
phone, became
Yes.
very critical. That tape, what was on that tape?
We played a couple of tapes. One was an hour-long conversation between she and her boyfriend, during which she whispered something. And it sounded to me and to a lot of other people like what she said was, I suffocated her.
Did it sound like, or was it that she said those words?
It sounded to me like she said, I suffocated her.
Is it in fact the truth that this tape was sent to the FBI and the FBI deemed this tape inaudible?
The FBI would not say what the whispered part was, or they didn't say what it was. And I don't remember if they classified it as inaudible or not.
When we spoke to her yesterday, she mentioned another suspect, a possible officer of the law.
James Glover.
There's a lot of contention about Officer Glover. Did you never consider him a suspect?
There was no evidence that connected him to the crime scene. We knew where he was when the child went missing.
There was allegations that he may have actually been stalking Teresa. Were those ever looked into by the DA's office?
Yeah, we never saw any evidence that he had stalked.
I mean, you cared about getting a child killer. That was on your mind?
Yeah. All I wanted was to know who killed the little girl. I didn't care if it was her or anybody else. At the trial, I called her a monster from hell. It took a monster from hell to do what was done to this child.
The evidence presented by the district attorney was pretty convincing. And all of this information put us back to square one.
We got a couple more people we have to find. And once we interview them, the picture will become crystal clear. Got a little cloudy. It stopped raining, but it's still cloudy.
Reggie and I wanted to talk to James Glover. We had a lead that he was still living in the area.
He could be within a 5 to 10 mile radius.
I think he's very close. I'm sure he lives. I don't see him living here.
in the city. I see him living out more in the suburbs. Although the DA said Glover had an alibi, we still weren't convinced that it was solid. In the following week, we came across information that cast doubt on that alibi and led us to believe that Teresa's stalking claims might have been true. Teresa's immediate family lives in a small town of Talladega, Alabama, about a 5-hour.
We should find out a couple of things about Teresa's personality.
Now, this is the old thing. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So let's see what the family is like. I think a good idea what Teresa is like. This is who she grew up with. At the trial, now one member of Ferguson's family was called to testify. It might have had something to do with a statement her stepsister, Bobby Ann, gave to investigators. She recounted how Teresa told her to wash taillights with bleach before the police arrived. Bobby Ann thought and seemed to indicate that Teresa was acting unusual.
What they said, I said, that's not what I said. They changed everything I said around.
It was misconstrued. But what did you say?
The sheets was took off the bed, but took off.
That was a damaging statement. Really damaging.
Mm-hmm.
You made it. Did you sign that statement?
No, sir. I have never seen that statement.
You never saw that statement?
I never saw the statement. I've never read it until Martha gave it to me to read. That's the first time I had read it.
Do you think Teresa's capable of ever doing anything like this?
No, to nobody else, especially her
There's
daughter.
not a doubt in our
Were you shocked
mind.
when you heard this, when she was
Sure.
accused of this?
Let me tell you, Teresa was one of the best mothers in our family. I mean, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that. Teresa was a good
Better mother than I was. I thought I was pretty good. I did.
You say that Teresa is definitely innocent. You have information, hard evidence that there's someone else involved in this.
That would be James Glover, the police officer.
Glover's the same guy that gave Taylor
The teddy bear.
The prosecutor presented the jury with 3 key evidence. A hair found in Taylor's hand, a blood stain found on Taylor's blanket, and a tie mark found on Taylor's arm. Dr. Joseph Burton was the former medical examiner for Metropolitan Atlanta and the defense's forensic expert, but he was never called to testify.
The day they wanted me to testify, I had something else that I was committed to. So what our agreement was that unless he thought that my actual presence there would make a difference, then I was not going to go testify in person. That's how it came about that I didn't testify. In retrospect, I wished I had known that.
You believe that if you were to testify, you would have put forward some reasonable doubt to the jury.
It's possible because, you can present the same forensic evidence like the glass that's half full of water. Is it half empty or is it half full of water? You tell the jury there are 46 out of 70 some odd hairs that are traumatically pulled that are found on 5 different items. You don't tell them how many hairs are on which items and how many are traumatically pulled. You don't tell the jury that traumatically pulled can simply mean that I shake my head and a hair falls out, or that the average adult loses 100 hairs a day from their head and body.
So that percentage didn't mean that much to you?
No, did not mean that.
It's
much.
significant.
It doesn't tell you who did it, doesn't tell you where it happened.
What about the mother's hair in the head?
Well,
it was one hair.
One hair, right.
What about that?
What does that mean?
Could have been the last hair that you would grasp from somebody?
Sure, you could reach out and grab for somebody and somehow get a hair stuck in your hand. But there's so many other ways that could happen that there's some other evidence to go along with that. That's speculation. Sheer speculation. The saliva on the blanket, it's a blanket she lives with, basically.
Right.
Saliva on my pillowcase. So, I mean, what does that prove? It proves nothing because it's a blanket that she uses constantly according to...
Could that have been determined by a lab?
No.
How old that blood, how old that saliva was on the blanket?
You couldn't say it happened an hour ago, a day ago, 3 days ago.
So it's a reasonable doubt again.
The other thing I would have focused on is the tire mark on the arm. The district attorney and the prosecutor were alleging that Ms. Ferguson had placed her by the roadside and had run over her arm. That match to me is about all of the evidence. I forget how many number of similar tires just in the state of Georgia that were like this tread pattern.
So
Now,
the forensic evidence in this case doesn't stand that should convict.
when you take that tire print away, nothing else, collectively or standing alone, says that anyone, including Teresa Ferguson, should have been charged with a crime.
I have more reasonable doubt to believe now that he straightened out that thing about the hairs.
The blood on the blanket he explained away. A lot of things he explained. The only thing we know for sure, she was alive at 9 o'clock, and at 11:10 she was found dead. And that's it. Over the next few days, Reggie and I used some contacts to try to hunt down information on James Glover. All right. The addresses we were getting on him were old news. Okay, thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Reggie and I felt like we were onto something. We found a few witness statements that were leading us to believe Teresa's story. But we still weren't totally convinced that she was innocent. The more we learned about the death of Taylor Ferguson, the more we wondered what was really going on. First, allegations of a police officer's involvement. And now, new revelations about Teresa's own defense strategy. I read through a lot of documents, and it seemed like there was a lot of reasonable doubt that could have been brought up. But it wasn't, or it wasn't proved to the jury. Maybe the prosecutor made a more passionate case or more dramatic statements. The jury went along and convicted her. The DA told us that one witness saw Teresa coming into the Kroger alone that night. But in the case file, there was another witness that police talked to, a juvenile court judge named McGee, who was also in the store. He testified that he saw a little girl with brown hair wearing clothing that was grayish or light lavender, and he thought the child was dressed strangely. Could he have been referring to the pajamas Taylor was found wearing? His testimony seemed to prove that there was at least one little girl in the store that night. Could it have been Taylor? Then we tracked down this man, Thomas Kendrick Holmes.
Well, I went to Kroger's at about 10 o'clock, a little bit after 10, and I saw a little girl. She was a small blonde girl, probably around 6 years old. And she had on a sort of a blouse. It was a flowery blouse.
Now, let me get this. You were going in to the store. Was this like the first passageway, the first door to get into the store? Then you saw this girl coming out the same side that you were entering in? She was coming out the same way?
That way. She had was either fixing to come out or going the wrong way. She was just sort of standing there.
Just standing there. Alone?
Alone.
Did the police tell you that they'd be in touch with you? Did the district attorney be calling you, anything like that?
They expressed a doubt that if it was, that the person that I saw was the.
That's the doubt.
I just assumed that my testimony was not needed, and didn't think any more of it.
Now there were two witnesses who say they saw a little girl in the Kroger that night. But why wasn't Holmes asked to testify? Thanks. Thank you, sir. Then we found it from the night of the murder. A suspicious man had been spotted outside the Kroger supermarket. There was also with a child in a white car. At that time.
Look at this guy from the fax machine. Check the dispatcher sheet. Look how many times they ran the plate, though.
Same guy ran the plate. Glover ran the plate all those times.
That's right. Glover.
According, Glover had run Teresa's license plate numerous times after the murder, giving him Teresa's name and address. It wasn't what we were looking for that Glover had been stalking Teresa prior to Taylor's death, but it did seem odd. Just say James, yellow James.
James?
Our contacts finally came through with a good address on Glover.
Where's 755?
He was living about a half an hour outside of Macon in the neighboring town of Haddock. He's at the top of the hill, right?
Yeah, top of the hill.
11 months after Taylor's murder, Glover resigned from the Macon Police Department after pleading guilty to reporting a false crime. One night, while on patrol, that he had stopped to question the suspicious man.
Minutes later, Glover called for help, saying he had been shot in the chest. At first, he was hailed as a hero, but when his story didn't add up, his own colleagues started asking questions. Glover finally confessed that he made the whole thing up. He had actually taken off his vest, shot it twice, and then put it back on and called for help, all in an attempt to impress his estranged wife.
You know, to do something like that, you got to be a little off the wall, to say the least. So a guy like that concerns me. You know, who knows?
I see no cars or nothing yet. Hey, no, doesn't look like it. But let's see.
It doesn't look Reggie like anybody's even been here. Hello? Anybody? Well, the one thing that's good is everything panned out. Yeah, address.
But it looks like they were there recently because they pruned the
all the rose
roses.
bushes. Yeah, I think somebody's around. They will come up with them. It's a matter of time.
What do you think would have happened to that case if you were allowed to testify and say what you know?
She probably never would have been convicted.
Reggie and I are still on the fence about it, and finding James Glover was more important than ever. The investigation led us to an attorney who negotiated a plea bargain for Glover, back when he was prosecuted for faking his own shooting. That attorney was Lynn Finney, and a few months later, Glover went to see Finney again. This time he said he was being looked at in the death of Taylor Ferguson.
Well, I guess because I had represented him before, he thought to come back to me. And he and his mother came to my office and we had an interview.
What happened?
Why he was there?
I'm trying to be real careful about it. Some information was just thrown as a result of the dialogue between mother and son, at which point I said, stop right there. Don't say anything else.
But you hear things that can affect the outcome of a trial.
I would think so, yes. But really didn't know what I could or should do with the information. And so the trial commenced sometime later, and it looked like the trial was going really badly for Miss.